Well, eventually we get on to the broadcast here. Welcome everyone to round one of the Winter GreenHELL Championship, coming to you from the Nürburgring. Welcome along to this RaceSpotTV production. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me in the commentary box is Tom Davis and Lorenzo Bonda. Of course, TrackCams22.com is Van Balor with his track cameras. Make sure you check them out. But right now, we are getting set for the start of this race, and the drivers in the SP9 category are just heading through onto the Dottinger Hohe. So without further ado, Lorenzo, welcome along to the GreenHELL.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be in the middle of this GreenHELL. The cars are right in the middle of the Dottinger Hohe, getting ready to line up in the grid. Arjuna Kakpati, the race control, is already getting them organized on the right-hand side of the road. So we're about to get ready to go green. Oh, they are green already, but I mean racing in a short moment.
Yeah, so we have got a manual pacing lap here, and well, welcome to the commentary box, Tom Davis. What are you expecting here for the next 4 hours of racing?
Well, it's the Nordschleife, so at some point there's going to be chaos. It's just a question of when. Hopefully we'll catch it, and otherwise, fantastic racing. The Nordschleife never fails to disappoint. We got 4 different classes as well, so there should be action up and down the field, and at some point they'll no doubt get intertangled with each other, which will just mean even more excitement for us.
I see track conditions, 18 degrees air and track temperature, so a cold track for these teams to contend with, partly cloudy skies. And well, we are all set then for the start of this one. 4 hours of action here in the Winter GreenHELL series. It's about to get underway. Through Tiergarten, go your leading pack. Waiting patiently. Come through those final corners onto the Grand Prix circuit. Waiting for the command. Waiting to go. Now they're going. Green flag in the air. We are underway here. Your SP9 category down towards turn number 1. It's Adrenaline E-Motorsport in the lead of this one in the early going. We've got Glacier Racing and Sim Racing Academy Red battling, as well as Full Send involved in that. So they're heading through turn number 1. You've got now your next category coming through. The Porsche 911s in towards turn number 1 then once again. Everybody seeming to work their way through okay. No serious issues so far. So that's good to see here. That's your SP7s underway. Your GT4s, they're still on the Dottinger Hohe. So we've got a little bit of time yet for them to be able to come through. But we've got action in your SP9s. And Lorenzo, the number 21 of Adrenaline, they're not having the best of times out there. They started 8th, down to 10th.
Yeah, they just got overtaken by, I think that was the NJB Performance Ready, Yannick Sagemeister, as they come down. As they just came down into the Hudson, the Edmund Bogen, they're going into the NGK chicane, and now they're about to get into the Nordschleife part out of the track, as all cars seems to be all okay. Same things goes for the SP7 class, but there was a little bit of a confusion at the start. Nearly got a little bit messy on the SP9 class, but fortunately all cars all safe and sound for this first part of the race.
Well, here we go then. Start of the race then for the SP10 category. And away they go then. Mixture of BMWs and Porsche Caymans heading down towards turn 1. It's Simsa Esports in the lead ahead of Team RSO. PND Racing are there with them, as well as Core Sim Racing into the hairpin then at turn number 1. Is everybody going to behave? It looks like they are. As we go back to the TCR category, the final of our categories here, as they head on through. George Simmons with a little bit of a dodgy connection there. Hopefully it doesn't cause any incident there for the Boosted Motorsport car. But T3 Esports second place, with Full Send third and fourth place. So the field nicely spread out for the start of this race. And that means that we're getting some good action early on. But we've got an early battle for the lead here then, Tom.
Indeed, Mario in the Sim Racing Camry red car, he's got the move done somewhere during the Nordschleifer. It's been only in the past couple of corners, and now he's got to tuck in, make sure that there's no mistakes until you get to the next overtaking opportunity, because as you can tell, it's very narrow and very, very unforgiving. Huge curbs and even more huge walls for you to get into if you get anything wrong. Completely differing lines. I was about to say that your leader, Fabio, actually went a little bit deep there, but no such thing. He pulled it back for a late apex, and that's given him a wonderful slingshot onto the next little flat out section. We would say straight, but it's not straight.
We've had a slight incident for the iLiveries car, so we'll have a look at that very briefly. Dennis Tifantella behind the wheel, so something's happened here into Adenauer Forest. Onto the brakes, over the curb, back end out. Can he keep it out the walls? Oh, just keeps it away from the wall. That is a tremendous effort there. That is sensational.
That is sensational, especially with the cars, not with the, still having a little bit of cold tires, and you really don't want to hit that small. It's not a big compression. It's kind of like you're hitting the barrier, the curb, kind of hard with your tire pressure still low, so the car behavior will not be as optimal as you will want to be. So good save from the driver of the number 42 car to keep that car outside of the barrier. It was close. I give 10 out of 10 style points.
Yeah, absolutely. Stuck the landing. Everything did a wonderful job there. Downhill, then into the braking zone. In your SP7 category, it is Backmarker Racing Orange. We're on board with behind the WS Racing Esports purple car. They're having a little bit of a close battle, but everybody's sort of just behaving at the moment. I say behaving because the T3 Esports, well, that blinking car of George Simmons, if you are new to iRacing, if your connection isn't the best, you'll just disappear briefly and then reappear. So hopefully that can just stabilise itself here in this race, because the TCRs, Tom, I would imagine here, is going to be your closest battle throughout this race.
They're the nicest cars to drive, put simply, although there is the GT4 Elmo racing car in the middle of it all, so I'm sure he'll be trying to get through it. But as we say, they're front-wheel drives, so they're a little bit more intuitive to catch. You just point the wheels in the opposite direction and floor it, and that means that you can take a few more risks. You can go for a move that otherwise you might not be able to try because you've got to ride a curb or something. And overall, as we say, that produces action and overtakes, but you're going to be a bit nervous overtaking a car with a connection that is as blinky as that, because that is getting quite extreme.
It is quite extreme indeed. Top Freak Racing, the Top Freak Racing by Carrot with Tim Clarsons. Now, I've commentated on Tim for multiple years here on iRacing, and he's right behind the ProDrive eSport VLN team, Roberto Ferrari. And yeah, Tim Lorenzo, we've seen him for years competing for Top Freak Racing, and he's in there getting stuck in your SP10 category.
In a little bit of a sandwich in between the Pro Drive, as you were mentioning, and Ava Vervatic just about half a second behind. So we're not expecting to see a whole lot of movement in the SP10 class. I think all classes in general, they're just trying to get the tires all rubbered up, all up to optimal heat temperature. So I think this first part of the game, first part of the race, I would say the first 2-3 laps will be more of a chess game. Try to see where your competitor is standing at the moment. Just expecting to make that mistake. It's a little bit of a survival game as well. It's one of the key interesting things that the Nordschleife has to offer that not many tracks in the world can offer for long races like this. Well,
I mean, we were focusing on the Top Freak car, but ProDrive, they're looking to try and make moves forward on the T3 Esports Gamma car as they head on up the hill. Really steep section of the track. Carry the speed through the right here, and then watch your braking into the right hand here. So easy to get it wrong and run out wide. But ProDrive right now, Roberto Ferrari, Tom, looks menacing, looks dangerous here.
He looks racy, and you got to say, the moves in that BMW might be a little bit easier as they come into the world famous carousel for the first time of asking. It's a little bit heavier, which means that It can be nasty in the corners, obviously, because you're trying to transition the direction of more weight. You know, there's more momentum there. But it's got power to make up for it, which comes into its own on the straights.
Speaking of the straights, Tiergarten, end of the Dottinger. We've been having some changes of positions. Glacier racing up to second. Full Send are now down to 5th place as well. So they've reached the end of the first lap already here. So lap times coming through as we speak. And the SP9s finishing their lap. SP7, well, they're just coming through right now. Sim Racing Academy have already got a bit of a lead in front by about 2 seconds. By the way, the number 42 iLivery's car has headed on to pit road. So they've obviously had some, maybe had a little bit of damage on the car from their incident, or maybe they've had further incidents here in this one.
Could even be something that we can't see, you know.
It's a drive-through penalty.
It's a drive-through. Yeah, they've just gone straight back out again.
Causing an incident on the car on a flying lap in qualifying. So yeah, so they had to serve a drive-through penalty right into the middle of your SP7 category there, and that's one of the issues here, Lorenzo, isn't it? That pit exit, you feed right onto the apex of that first corner.
Especially with these SP7 cars, the 911 Cup cars, you really don't want to be coming into their apex just as the 911 Cup cars are about to hit it, because in comparison to the GT3 cars in the SP9, they don't have ABS or traction control, so you really don't want to be the driver of the Porsche that is, you're coming down into turn number 1 and you see a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 just, I'm not going to say part, but just taking that corner just at the same time as you are is not going to be the most pleasant moment you're going to have in the race. But we're going to see that more than often. Probably not in this first hour, but surely down into the second half of the race, maybe.
Well, Sasha Schneider with an issue at the chicane, getting onto the grass in the entrance of the chicane. Luckily, spinning it out the way. Choosing to reverse rather than drive forward, but there was enough of a space behind to be able to do that cleanly and back up underway for him here in this race. So issues for the 71. So we've had early issues here, Tom, for some of your SP9 cars, and they can't really say that it's due to cold tyres anymore because they've had 24 kilometres to warm them up.
Yeah, normally you'd be like, they've only done one lap, they're still getting heat into them. But as you say, one lap here is, well, half of a touring car race, I believe, in more touring cars. So it's really no excuse. It was a case of they were in traffic, maybe trying to make progress before they got to the first twisty bit on the Nordschleife and they get held up. But in doing so, stop paying attention, wheel on the grass, and around you go. It really is that simple.
TCR's heading to the end of their first lap, so just to give you a little bit of a comparison in the speed between the SP9s and the TCR category, the fastest lap from your SP9s is a 7 minutes 52 seconds lap. In your TCRs, you are talking an 8 minute 56 lap. That tells you that there's over a minute difference between the two cars here, but with the way the length of this track here, Lorenzo, that'll be what, 6-7 laps before the SP9s are looking to lap them.
Yeah, roughly. If we're just, we can agree that they're probably going to catch them up by the end of their first stint and lap around the Nordschleife, especially with the shortened version. It takes around 8 laps and a half, maybe 9 if you actually are able to stretch that field out in the SP9 class. But it's one of these interesting things we can see in the Nordschleife. Maybe not in the first hour that could happen, but we can agree it's gonna be within probably most certainly the final end of the SP9 stint.
Okay, well, we're on board with Sim Racing Academy Red. Mario Yuri, carry the speed out this corner, because you've got to carry that speed all the way up the hill, and this is where you really need to make the most of that slipstream, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. Can he get past It's very narrow at this section of the track, so you've got to cooperate between the two of you. Look at the squeeze there from Glacier, but up into second place now for Sim Racing Academy Red there, Tom.
Tell you what, they were left a lot of space, weren't they? They were just kind of given the inside at the first bit. Now, sure, that would have become the outside, but they were already ahead by the time they got there, so, you know, they were kind of allowed that. I think later on in the race, you can see them all fighting a bit harder, but early stages, the Glacier Racing GreenHELL team, they don't want to get involved in an incident. They let the move go, and now they can tuck into the slipstream and maybe find a couple tenths of a second that way.
As we head on through up towards, now this next section, there's not really any overtaking spots around here, so you've just got to fall in line. And the thing is as well here, Lorenzo, you may not save a lap's worth of fuel because it is such a long lap, but it saves you crucially time in the pit stop with taking on less fuel at your first pit stop here if you stay behind and just do a fuel saving.
Yeah, you can basically set your foot aside a Sim Racing Academy Red, having a little bit of an issue right before Brunchen as they go into the famous YouTube corner, as some people like to say. You can see cars going left and right on the exit out of it, or even on the barrier. But you can, if you take your foot off the pedal a bit, you can actually save some small bits of fuel, but that can save you some time, and that might be essential for the latter part of the race on the boxes.
Yeah, these two, by the way, WS Racing Esports Purple and Backmarker Racing Orange, they have been inseparable throughout this opening lap and a half for them. And these SP7 cars really putting on a good show in your field. So this is for 4th and 5th in class. They are dropping a little bit behind Slow and Confused, who are anything but slow, maybe a little bit confused, but they're doing well in 3rd place. But this battle for 4th is certainly going to just simmer away nicely here. Further down your order, look at how close the Backmarker Racing Orange car gets there as they head on through. Watch for the little jump here. Oh, up over the jump there onto the brakes. You need to hit the brakes, touch the brakes before that jump, let off them, and then hit the brakes after you've landed to get yourself right for the right-hander. Through the Bell-Off S, this is my favourite section of the track as they head on through. Real roller coaster ride through there. And now, if you're Backmarker Racing Orange here, Tom, you've just got to sit behind and wait patiently for the Duttinger Hoer.
But they really don't have much of another option, and they know that if they were ahead, to be honest, what's that? They look much quicker, so they would potentially be over a second away. They have to focus on the exit onto that huge straightaway, because that's the only place they're going to have the opportunity for a move until turn 1, but before that you've got a couple tricky corners, and you'll compromise yourself with turn 1 on the Grand Prix circuit section as well, all of which means now is the time if you don't want to get dropped by those podium positions.
So heading down the Dottinger Hoer then. Second time in the race.
And Paul, you know, we have to feel kind of bad for the liveries car that is stuck right in the middle of that 5-car pack, because we kind of know that I know the SP9 class is probably the fastest car on overall terms in aerodynamics, but on speed, on the Dottinger Hoer, it doesn't match the Porsche. So fortunately, that Mercedes cannot beat the Porsche in a straight line.
Well, there you go. The Backmarker Racing Orange car ahead of WS Racing. So they've made their way forward now in that battle. Looking back to your SP10s, it's Simsa Esports in the lead of SP10, but then you've got this trio of cars here. The Team RSO car in the Porsche, the 718 Cayman. You've got the PND Racing and Core Sim Racing Onyx Mercedes. I nearly said Audi then. That would be very wrong of me. But yeah, these three together battling for the top of your SP10 class. And right now, again, Ivan Ferrari. We saw how racy he was at the start, Tom, and he's progressed his way forward up into 3rd place.
Yeah, fantastic progress so far. Just wants to try and make a little bit more. There was a little nudge to the inside there, but there was never going to be a gap because all of this section of the track really flows up for a while, so it's hard to get the lunge down the inside. We ride on board with Ivan T. Ferrari, driving, of course, a BMW into the little carousel, if you will, and then you come up the hill, and it's all about the exit once again. It's a mimic of what we saw, 30 seconds ago in the higher up classes. Got to try and drive out well, keep the power nice and smooth on the transition, and then tuck into the slipstream.
Absolutely is. Now, here we are, down the Dottinger Hohe. Not quite as fast as your SP9s and SP7s, but still mighty fast indeed. Nice wide straight for them. So you'll see Ivan pull right out. He wants to try and stop the Team RSO car getting any side draft at all. Core Sim Racing trying to follow them, but Team RSO slotting in. Now here comes the Core Sim Racing car alongside Team RSO for a change of position there. So Team RSO from the front of that trio to the back of the trio, having to brake, get out of it as they head into Tiergarten for the second time there, and sort themselves out as they head on through Tiergarten to end the second lap. So change of position in your SP10, change of leader, by the way, in your TCR category, because T3 Sports have finally made it ahead of Boosted Motorsport, who have actually fallen down to third place behind the Full Send Racing car, still with their connection issues here.
They've got a nice slipstream though. It might be P2 before too long for that Spitfire-like livery that they're all very proud of. They're going to move to the inside. This one's going to get a little bit tight, a little bit frisky, swooping, even a smidge of a lockup, but they take the position back. And that means that now they can try and set off after the class lead once again. Tell you what, the Full Send Racing guys, they'll be a little bit disappointed with that one, letting the place go so late on in that straight.
I'm sure that T3 and Full Send will be on the comms to race control to say, look, this is undrivable. Being able to go side by side, especially a track that's so narrow as the Nürburgring. When you've got a car that's blinking out here, there, and everywhere, you just cannot race that at all, can you, Lorenzo?
No, you can, because you really don't want to be battling a guy that you really have no idea where he is going to be. As we're looking at it with an issue with the Aver Vervatic car in Dirk Federman, just as he comes out of the track, and
he's got damage.
In a lot of damage.
Let's see if we could get a replay of this then. Dirk Federman. So easy to do this, so easy to get it wrong. Locked up. Boom. Just touches the tyre barrier, not too bad. Oh, and then hits it again for good measure. But it's so easy to get a wheel onto the grass there. We'll have another look at this, hopefully from a better angle. You can see there, just now, was he actually helped off?
I think he was taken out.
Well, let's have a look then. Dirk Federman through the left. No, he's on the grass. He's on the grass and he's locked it up. Yeah, that's all on his own there.
All on his own, and the tiniest of mistakes as well. We spoke earlier about how the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife, I'm just watching the second touch, how the Nordschleife is so unforgiving, and sometimes it's hard for anybody who's not driven it on a sim or seen a race at it to understand how unforgiving it is. That is a perfect example. He put, what, a couple millimeters of his tyre onto the grass and he was in the barrier, he's lost time and he's got damage.
Well, I know, Lorenzo, you've been focusing on this battle. What have you been seeing so far here in your SP9?
Yeah, I was gonna. We're looking at this P top 5 battle. I think the only car that managed to break away a little bit was Full Send Racing, but Swiss German right about now, Fabian Hari just clipping the grass and hitting hard the barrier, and you can see a little bit of confusion as he has to come back on track. Don't get stuck right in between.
Don't get stuck on the curb. Yeah.
Yeah, don't get stuck on the curb. It's an infamous part of the track. You really don't want to get stuck, and you can actually be stuck on the curbing. But yeah, that can happen. But that Swiss car was actually very pacey and looking for moving well. Quite a little bit aggressive driving from Fabian Hari.
Well,
riding a lot of the curves, sorry, and then he comes all the way around. Cleverly avoids the one on the inside, but as a result, deep off onto a little bit of grass, and it's, to be honest, the same mistake we saw just a few moments ago. Touches the grass, loses the grip, and into the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. So gets back going, safe return to the track, but he has got damage. By the way, we have got fast repairs on here, so that's all fine. There's a car damaged, which is the Artifact Slow Pony car. They have got damage to the front of their car, so they've been involved in an incident somewhere out there in your TCR category. But that's kind of split up that battle that we were seeing there, Lorenzo, for 4th, 5th, 6th throughout this opening section here.
It did. It unfortunately did. All three cars were basically just in tow of one another about 2/10 of a second. Let's take a look on the artifact issue. Yeah,
we'll bring it back. They're battling with the 333. This is a floodplats. Oh, things never go well here at floodplats. Side by side. Oh, you're asking a lot there. You are asking a lot. Into the barrier. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
That is a huge accident. Who is that up and over? That's Laps. Laps Racing. We'll get another look at that from their point of view. But they've absolutely nowhere to go here, Tom.
No, you come up over the crest, the cars will go all light and actually gain a little bit of air potentially. Look up the road ahead, that's where your battle's going on. They're side by side over the crest, you can't see anything. Where is he gone? He's off the road. There's a car in front of you and then he's all over the road. Maybe a third of a car's width for him to try and fit a whole touring car in, and that's never going to work. He's on his roof, the world's upside down, rolls back round, but that's, I mean, any hope of challenging for the win is gone after that one.
They blew their engine as well from that, which is hardly a surprise. Yeah, big issues for them further down. We've still got that trio, by the way, of PND, Core Sim Racing and Team RSO in your SP10 category. They're all together still, but in the same order that they were in at the end of the Dottinger Hoa at the end of the lap. So yeah, so big drama then in your TCR category. And it's your TCR category where they've still got some close action going on. I'm not wanting to tempt fate here, Lorenzo, but George Simmons' internet seems to be holding now. As we've seemed to have lost Lorenzo.
I've been talking with the microphone muted. we started already, boys and girls. Yeah.
25 minutes in.
25 minutes in where we started talking with the microphone muted. But yeah, Full Send and all the boys are right over there in TCR class will be appreciative of George Simmons' connection just being a little bit more stable, because that has been a very closely contested top 3 battle so far. Each driver right in the toe of one another. And there's that Elmo Racing of Nico Heidkamp on the SP10 just following them suit, and Full Send 387 not far behind.
Oh, now Full Send have the connection.
Are back.
Oh my goodness. So between
we cannot see one thing.
They're playing past the parcel.
Well, one thing I will say is that T3 are trying to make a little bit of a breakaway from these two because they're 1.1 seconds ahead. They've not quite broken the drafting range here, but if they can get it to about 1.5 seconds here, Tom, they should be good for heading down the Dottinger Hoa.
Like you say, the slipstream range 1.5 seconds where you can consider making overtake, or at the very least get close enough to put up a fight through the Grand Prix section of the layout. If you can break that, the car is obviously quicker at the moment. They're lapping. Whether that's the case of they're pushing harder or they just feel more comfortable and have more pace at this stage, we'll wait to see come the pit stops and the end of the stint. But for them, it's all about breaking 1.5 seconds now. It's almost like the DRS range in Formula 1, isn't it? You get outside the slipstream and then you've got a chance to break away rather than be drawn back into this squabble. Here we go, side by side. Core Sim Racing Onyx. They're trying to do what they couldn't do last lap. They've this time got the run for the lead on the class. Do they quite get it? They're already ahead, but it might be a little bit too early because immediately that Monsters Inc. style car is going to start slipstreaming them back. They'll get a tow in behind them, a double tow for the Porsche.
Yeah, into the brakes then. Tiergarten, tricky corner. Interested to see how PND feel more comfortable going over the curbing there compared to Core Sim Racing keeping it on the asphalt as they go through Tiergarten. They did actually drop Team RSO a little bit on the second half of that lap, so these two just seem to have a little bit more pace than Team RSO with Nils Benedict behind the wheel for them. We've got battling going on further down your order as well. T3 Esports Gamma to the inside of the Ava Vivatic Bastian Salmon car. They're going to go side by side through the arena section, and Lorenzo, this is something you can do around this part of the track. Go side by side and swap positions.
Yeah, you can, and there is no really proper overlap. It's going to have an advantage on the Mercedes-Benz arena, as we're seeing the move done by the T3 Sports Gamma car. So good move by Stefan Abert as they go into the inner loop of the GP track as they're just heading into Warsteiner Kurve. So it's gonna be one of these things we're gonna be looking more often than not, seeing those cars head to head, side to side into that first sector of the race, which is a very tricky sector if you really want to go side by side, but you can do it. You just have to manage the entry of the corners and mid corners right.
Yeah, this Grand Prix circuit is completely different feel to the cars. You set yourself up and set your car up for the Nordschleife, but then when you get onto the Grand Prix circuit, I always find with whenever I drive the TCR around here, the car's very understeery around that Grand Prix loop of the track. But get it out onto the Nordschleife, that's what you've set it up for, because that's where you can gain so much time on your lap here, Tom. You really have to aim it towards the Nordschleife.
Of course, I mean, how much longer is the Nordschleife than the inner loop of the Grand Prix? It's got to be a considerable percentage, right? We're talking hundreds of percent longer. So you're going to set it up for that part of the lap, which means that your suspension, your dampers, your roll bar, it all has to be set up in mind for the bumps and the compressions throughout the Nordschleife. As a result, on the relatively tame Grand Prix part of the track, which for Grand Prix standards is still absolutely brutal, but compared to Nordschleife, relatively tame, and the car just doesn't feel at home on it, shall we say.
So these two close together. T3 Sports Nova Vivatic, they're still pretty close together. Look at how those GT4s just get a little bit of air up over the top before they head down towards Arnberg. Hard downhill braking, slow it down, carry the speed through here, get on the power nice and early on the exit there, and around the corner downhill towards compression. Such a thrill ride. It's a brilliant track to do laps on, but it is one of the most difficult circuits to tame. Speaking of taming circuits, T3 Esports Alpha are back into the pit with some significant damage.
Yeah, we were first and foremost, we had this issue between Fisio Endurance and then that specific car.
We're trying to find it. We're trying to get you this incident. Here we go. They've already got damage. Here you go, Lorenzo. Talk us through this.
Yeah, the problem what happened to that T3 car was they had issue with the Fisio right in the last corner, I think a lap ago, and then they get lost just about. I'm gonna say that is probably Vipperman, just right after Vipperman, and then you can see another issue with the Sim Racing Academy.
That's your race leader for SP7 that they've made contact with.
Oh, you really don't want to be parked right in the middle of the apex. So Sim Racing Academy, not at blame at all. I just want to see if there's a little bit on the offset on the wheel to see if there's any damage. But looking over here on the replay, Paul, he has no fault at all.
No, so it's there. The car's there. Oh, that's... Now, they are lucky that they do get a free repair in the series, but I would imagine that Sim Racing Academy Black wouldn't have wanted to have used that repair so early in the race here, Tom.
No, I mean, exactly that. We're 4-hour race and we've still got just under 3.5 hours left to go. They don't seem to be struggling too much with the steering. Now, obviously, any amount of damage will have an impact. It's not awful, is it? It doesn't look too bad. And the chances that something bigger happens later on are quite large. That's why they have the free repair. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just leave this.
Well, it depends on how they do lap time wise, and they're deciding to pit. They need to pit, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So your race leading SP7 car, Sim Racing Academy Black, they did have a 10-second lead at one point of Zekaril Esports. Well, they're now going to go to the head of your SP7 standings here, Lorenzo. That's a big turning point here.
It's a big turning point. From the looks of it, that's a fun anagram. I'm not gonna say anagram, but analogy that I usually talk about in Indianapolis. Whenever you do the 500 of the Indianapolis, the Indy 500, it doesn't matter where you start. You might have the worst qualifying ever. If you have race pace and you have a little bit of luck, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you start. You're eventually gonna go up and up and up and up, just because other drivers are making mistakes just like that and parking the car right in the middle of the apex. So that is unfortunate for the later racing car of the SP7 class.
Still battles going on. Team RSO have made it past PND Racing, so they're moving forward in this race. They're heading out towards the end of the lap there. Look how much of the outside of that corner there that the core Sim Racing BMW takes. The RSO car does look to be quite good here through this section of track, Tom, and they're using a little bit more curbs as well.
It's all the characteristics of the Porsche, isn't it? We got two different and remarkably different cars as they come over that terrifying little bit of air. The BMW, like we said, it's got more power, but in order to kind of make an excuse for that, it's got more weight. So you come through this twisty part where you're going up and down and side to side, and the weight just wants to carry on moving in the direction that it was before. The Porsche, on the other hand, it can take a little bit of curb. The jump's not quite so impactful. The issue is, you catch in these bits where there's really no overtaking available.
As we going into the braking as well. On board with the Team RSO, Nils Benedict through this corner now. It's a tricky corner, is this, because you've got to carry the speed out of it, but if you're turning too early, you'll push out wide and really then push on then. So yeah, really good. Good to carry of speed, but that BMW in front was just able to carry a little bit more speed, pull away at the front. Now, don't forget as well, this season we are once again on RaceSpotTV covering the SCO Endurance Championship. Make sure you join them on that broadcast, and they are on from when it actually comes up on my screen. That is going to be when is the next VCO race? Not VCO, right? The next SCO race.
SCO is January.
There's too many COs in sim racing at the moment as RSO now try and make the move.
Yeah, we're looking over here at this setup done by RSL into turn number one. Nils Benedict just tried to go on Ronald Grossman as he tries to go for the inside on turn number one. As they go into the Yokohama S, nearly touching doors. There's a little bit of an RG-bargy between Benedict and Grossman right on the outside, but Benedict sealing the deal with the Porsche and taking the lead. Not taking the lead, but P2 on the SP10 class.
I find it quite funny there that Ivan in the car just behind, he actually followed them both in. They both went a little bit deep and even ran all the way out with them, so he couldn't quite capitalize on it. I'm sure he'd be kicking himself for that one. It's now a case of, can the Beamers hang with this RSO Porsche through the twisty part of the lap? Because when they get to any sort of straight or flat out section, they do have an advantage, and they've got the slipstream. They just need to be there.
Yeah, and that's it. It's making sure that you're there in that slipstream to take advantage of that. Also, don't forget as well, RaceSpotTV is covering the Jimmy Broadbent 23-hour broadcast, 23-hour race at Zolder think of better places to run an endurance race, but that's my own opinion. But it is all in a good cause. It is in the aid of Mind, the mental health charity. So do check out that broadcast as well and donate some money to them. It's a great cause, and Jimmy would love everybody to help support that charity for him. At the moment, it is Connery and Justin on that broadcast with Hugo. But yes, so we saw in the background the PND racing car just have a little bit of an issue through the chicane, went wide over the grass. They're fine, they're carrying on, so that's all okay. The TCRs still absolutely together at the front of your field. These three cannot be separated, and it's going to come down to strategy, is this battle, isn't it, Lorenzo?
It will. I think you are more qualified than both me and Tom, because you race this car more often than us, Paul, to say what is the best tactic for you to use in Nordschleife. You can see Ackerman just trying to go for a pressure move on the education can as they're just about to head into the Nordschleife portion of the track. But yeah, I don't expect them making moves left and right. I think they're going to be just stuck in the draft for one another. If anybody will make some mistake, well, that's their problem. They're going to take the advantage out of it. But I think you are more qualified than us to say, what is the best strategy for this first portion of the race? Do you think you really want to save fuel? Because tires itself, it doesn't make any sense, because the tires will be basically shot up by the end of your stint. They're going to have to switch nevertheless.
Yeah, but the longer that you can actually look after your front tyres actually makes a lot of difference in this TCR category. You really do need to protect those front tyres, because towards the end of the stint, that car does not want to turn at all. And it can be really bad. So looking after your tyres is key in the TCR. The cooler track conditions will be helping these drivers here, so they will be getting some benefit from that, as we see George Simmons putting the pressure on in that boosted motorsports car. But it's also about looking after the fuel as well, because if you can save some fuel at the pit stop, it means that you're going to be taking less fuel on board to get to a full tank compared to a car that's been running on its own flat out. So that's really the two portions. Now, you could say that about a lot of the cars in this race here, and that will be a good one. But it really exacerbates it in this TCR category. The tyre effect is great. It is a really big factor in this car, and you can, if you're careful, you can just about get an extra lap if you're really, really careful and manage your fuel. But that does take a lot of just slipstreaming, lifting and coasting practically everywhere, and you've just got to hang on for dear life to that slipstream to make that work.
Yeah, I agree. And also one other thing that we're probably going to see over here, but we saw on SCO not long ago. By the way, next SCO round, Sports Car Open round, is on January 16th for you, Paul. I had to look it up for Hours of Silverstone, round number 4. One of the interesting aspects we saw in the SCO race, we might see over here, is the drivers jokingly said it's the RNG of the field as we're looking to battle for P9 in the SP7 class between Gorenson and Birthday Cake? Oh,
it's Birthday Cake for
P8.
P8, yeah, and Raceline Sim Sports with Rommel Fanger as a change of position for them down the Duttinger. Continue. They rudely interrupted you there, Lorenzo.
It's okay. But you have the RNG of the field, because you could save up to 7 seconds or 4 seconds just by going into the pits and switching different fuel strategies, and see how the engineers, I jokingly said that with Johnny, bringing Max Verstappen and Red Bull engineers into the race, and he said if he had Max in the car, he probably would have finished the race with Team Redline. I think that applies on. All right, Dominic Engel, which is one of the SCO managers and race control, said I think that only applies for the Lara. We're looking now at the recovery battle from the Racing Black for Patrick Shilkowski. Oh, I think I got the name right at least. Shilikowski. Yeah, all right, that was close. But the former lead of this SP7 class just getting a recovery drive.
Yep, that's a nice looking livery as well. Very smart is that one. As we head on through there. But check in with your SP9 leaders. They're heading their way around the Dottinger Hohe. And, well, still Glacier and Sim Racing Academy Red up there at the front of your field with Adrenaline E-Motorsport at the actual head of the field there. So those two still battling away. And I think, to be honest, Glacier Racing now are playing that longer game, just getting the fuel saving done here and sitting behind that second place car to maybe make the move in the pit stops. They do have to think about traffic as well in the future. After the hour mark, once they've had their pit stops and they get up and running again, they'll be getting traffic for them out there, out in the field. So do keep an eye out for that. We have got battling as well. Como Motorsport right behind Full Send Racing, who are not that far behind iLiveries. This is 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th all battling because Adrenaline E-Motorsport are there as well in the 21 car. We've got a car stop. Oh no, it's a car blinking. We're having a few cars with connection issues here today, but back up and running. But Como Motorsport here, Tom, really putting the pressure on right now.
They are. It's the classic Nürburgring situation, isn't it? They're all over the back and they're trying to force some sort of mistake to ride on board with Daniel Leisteiner is what I'm going to go for. We'll see if that's correct at the end of it. Leisteiner. Fantastic. He's currently P7, but he's got P6 and P5 available just ahead, and the top 5 sounds a bit better than top 10, so he'll be pushing forwards for that one. However, it seems like his Audi doesn't quite have the legs to close up through the quick sections, so we're going to have a repeat of Porsche versus BMW in some of the lower down categories where he can close up. He's definitely quicker, he's got the pace to make progress, but it's going to be about getting really close to the back to make sure that the slipstream can actually overhaul the greater straight line speed from the cars up ahead.
Look at the braking though.
On the most recent balance of performance, and yes, we are almost an hour into the race, and this is the first time we're mentioning balance of performance. iRacing, the latest balance of performance, has got still battling between these three down into turn number 1. The BMW has a... Oh, actually, we've got a car stopped out on track. 2 cars stopped out on track. That's Ooh. WS Racing. They were 7th in class.
Oh no.
And everybody's working their way around. And that was the FISU Endurance car as well. One of the SP9 category cars got involved in that one. We'll try and get a look at what's happened here. But I have a funny feeling the SP9 car trying desperately to get past the SP7.
Yeah, as we're looking right at the wing view of the WS Racing Esports purple vehicle, as they're just going down in. I was gonna say Kallenhard, but I was gonna say that is Wehrsiphon. As we're right hand side, and then they're gonna break into Exmühle.
Miss is that. Oh, onto the grass. Oh, contact and then more contact. So that's what happened between those two. We'll try and get another look at this from off-board. Very little that the FISU car could do there then, Tom.
No, so he's coming, there's been a little bit of a slide, a touch from the grass, he's gone to avoid it, he's then oversteered back in the other direction, contact, actually does a fantastic job of making a cars width for the 105 to fit through, and then a couple more of the Porsches as well, reverses across, realises there's another person coming and kind of parks in, and then pulls across the track without realising the 153 and 185 were so close. To be honest, kind of gets away with one. Here we go, on board with the BMW, and I'm sure
we can we get a look on Eva Vervatic's car perspective on the SP7 class, because they were first on scene after that.
The 105?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have a look at that in a second. But here we go, so the Porsche runs onto the grass, he tries to get out of it. Very little that they can do. Now watch this. There's a gap there. There we go. Birthday Cake Racing, they had an interesting one as well. It's all slowing down and trying to get out of the way. So, yeah, big instant between the two of them there. The back up and running. The Fisu car got away first out of that one. Full Send Racing, by the way, the 385. Now, they were battling for second place. They're on pit road. Now, is this just strategy? They're an hour and... or just over an hour, over a quarter, 3/4 of an hour, should I say. And they're coming out the pit road. So they've took a pit stop. The actual pit lane time was 1:07. Unfortunately, my pit stop in the box time didn't help there. Oh, they've had a crash. We'll try and bring you what has happened here for Full Send Racing. Try has been the operative word. So they've already got the damage there. Let's take it back even further. They're there. Right, so we know where the accident is. It's now getting... Oh, we've gone a little bit too far then. Well, we'll stick with it. We'll stick with it. Well, no, we'll stick with it. But yeah, Lorenzo, just...
Oh, huge incident, actually.
So we're just at the Bella Fest, so we're nearly at the incident anyway. So yeah, we'll stick on board with them here. But you can see how they're battling with the two leaders there. They're just behind here, Lorenzo. They're not really in the slipstream at the moment. They're on that edge, so they must be absolutely desperate to try and keep with the front two leaders.
Yeah, you're gonna see right after they go into the second carousel, they're gonna take the left-hand side. There they go. It's a little bit wider than usual, but the problem is right now over here on this Galgan Cup, as you're gonna look, as he clips that way too deeply, clips the grass, just loses all control of the car, hits hard. The problem is right after he starts flipping, and there's one car who actually gets them and flicks them around once again.
Very unfortunate incident for them there. Very little they could do there. It's a blind corner as well, so it's best of luck really. Yeah, just got clipped in the rear as I carry on bouncing down this track. Maybe a little bit excessive bouncing there, but yeah, not a good time for the Full Send Racing. So yeah,
that was a full send into the barrier. I'm here all day. I got more
Sim
plans
Racing
ready.
Academy Black, they are trying to make a recovery drive here. They're involved in the battle for SP7. We'll just plow right on through that one there. They're locking up. There's locking up tyres there from the Raceline SimSpots car. So Marius Rommelfanger in front, coming under pressure here, Tom.
Yeah, coming under pressure, but not quite close enough to actually have a move put on them, so a little bit fortunate. Remember, it is the shallower chicane up here, so it's not like if you were watching Formula 1 earlier on in the year where there's a huge big stop. Instead it just kind of flows through towards the Nordschleife, and you'll get close under braking. There's a huge big curve on entry and on exit there though, so you've got to be careful of that. He's going to go for the move. That is lovely. If he pulls this off, they'll be side by side through the exit. Can he get the traction required? Both being very respectful, leaving a lot of space. He's got the inside again. That is wonderful there. Perfect racecraft, and now he can set off after the guys up ahead without having lost any time earlier on in the Nordschleife.
Yeah, he really, you can tell that he's got the pace there. The fact that they had a 10-second lead earlier on, before they had their incident, it just shows that they had the pace. They know they've got the pace there, Tom, and therefore they have the confidence to make those type of moves. But the further up the field they go, the more difficult that's going to get.
Of course. The further up the field you go, the quicker the guys are, and you'll eventually reach a point where you're racing against the people that you would have been racing anyway. At the moment, however, you keep making moves like that, and you'll get to that point earlier, and you want as much time as you can possibly have to get past those harder guys.
So don't forget, live timing is available. It is on timing71.org. click onto there. There's been links shared in the chat throughout this race. I'm sure we'll get another link put up in the chat as well very shortly. But yeah, check out the live timing. Thank you, Lorenzo. Check out the live timing there. Keep up to date with everything going on in this race. As now, Birthday Cake Racing let the Sim Racing Academy black car by there, Lorenzo. So a little bit of big picture thinking there, knowing that that 111 is quicker than you. Work together and let them by.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward to see their car slowing down just after Cannon Hard, but the good awareness from the Birthday Cake team racing to let the faster car go by. They know they're the leaders, who just gone by, don't really fight it out. We're relatively in a good position from where you started in this race. You started 20th, 5th. Now you're all the way down 20th. In general, you're 5 spots up. So why fight it? You just let the race take its course, and who knows, maybe you can make a few other spots.
Absolutely. We've got a good battle here in your SP7 category. That is the Raceline Sim Sports car that we saw lose the position as they went on to the Nordschleifer. You've got the Garansen Bill Sport car behind with Jan Magnus Garansen at the wheel, and the Neva Vivatic with Dirk Federman there at the back of these three. So a 3-car battle. They have got the Sims Esports number 53 SP9 car at the back of them. The 185 there, just clipping the grass just a little bit. A little bit unsettled, but kept it on the track there. And Tom, we know how you've got to, when you're racing a car, you've really got to extend the track limits as much as you can. But when you've got such little runoff as you have at this track, the tiniest mistakes can lead to the end of your race.
Actually, a little lock up there for the 153. That might open up an opportunity. Never mind, not quite space, and in fact, they've pulled away, so a little bit of difference in setups there. And all the meanwhile, the Simsa GT3 BMW is getting stuck behind them, doesn't have the straight line speed to get close enough. Closes up in the corners, can't get the move done, exactly as we saw earlier. All getting a huge slipstream train, as you'd expect. There's a corner, just when they wouldn't have wanted to see one. We ride on board with a 185 then. This is Jan Magnus Garansen. Our head's gone a little bit deep, that'll give him a run, but again, just not quite enough space. Avoids the curve, very intelligently so, as we've seen from a couple incidents already this afternoon. And they break into the little flowing yet tight right-hander. The Simsa car got past one of them, and will try and get past the next one, and all of this just disturbs the battle. 153 will be hoping that the GT3 car coming through just gives them an edge, that they can let it through in a slightly more appropriate place.
Yeah, one place that's more advantageous for them. Leaders are heading on to pit road. We're almost at the hour mark, and time for pit stops here, Lorenzo. And your top three are all onto pit road at the same time. In fact, we've got a pit party because Revolution Sim Racing Blue are also heading onto pit road.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the top 5 battle between Full Send, Night Liveries, Livers Yellow, and Coma Motorsport. They were basically going side to side, and Coma just trying a little bit more aggressive, also into pit lane. So I think that is the moment for all cars, and I mean all SP9 cars to come down to pit lane, put their fuel. I think we should just be seeing the same coming out of the SP7 anytime soon, maybe in the next minute or minute and a half or so.
Now that's a fuel-only stop for Adrenaline. No tyres taken, 20-second stop for them in the box. Sim Racing Academy Red then comes out. Glacier, however, it appears that they are, well, they're on pit road for a long time there, a minute and 6 seconds, so potentially taking some tyres there for them as they head on out of the pit lane. Other cars on pit road as well. So your SP9 category out onto the pit lane. So yeah, it's it will say, in fact, Arjun has made a very good point, one of the series admins here. The track temperature is really helping these drivers here, Tom, look after their tyres, because the track temperature is 19 degrees at the moment.
It's pleasant, isn't it? I tell you what, I'm from Scotland. If it was 19 degrees in Scotland, we'd be getting our tops off. But in terms of racing temperatures, that's quite cool. It's nice. It's not causing the tires to overheat, get too much pressure in them. You're not working them excessively hard. To be honest, if these guys really push, that's a huge incident there. That is absolutely massive. I didn't quite manage to catch who that was, but they've ended up on top of the barrier.
Ava Vavatic. So, there's others involved in this one as well. We're going to have to rewind this a bit more. Oh, and I think... Oh, please don't say that they've reversed and there was somebody else. We'll try and get a look at what's happened to them then.
Here you go. Through the dip, on board with Jury Jareg. He's come through, carrying the speed up on the grass, which is brave, but that's not actually the incident. Then he loses it. Maybe the tire's a bit dirty, oversteer on the curb into the wall. Then there's going to be another hit. That one's a bit more gentle. That's not put him up on the barrier quite yet. Just about avoids a few more of the varying battles in the category. There's the Simsa GT3 car, which will be very glad they didn't get caught up in it. We're actually on the road again, so something else is going to happen. It's going to go from bad to worse for the number 105. So
here we go, then in towards the Kleiner Carousel. It was actually, I think, on the corner before the Dottinger Her where they ended up in the catch fence. Catch fencing doing a good job of doing what it literally says on the tin. So, oh yeah, they've gone for a Tony Hawk's grind there, and yeah, out of the race then for Ava Vavatic. Big incident for them to end up there in the wall. So drama for them. We've got more pit stops action. This time it's your SP7s onto pit road. So Backmarker Racing Orange getting out ahead of Zenith Esports. Now here's a question for you, Lorenzo. Sim Racing Academy Black, they obviously they had to take a pit stop for damage repairs. They're having to, they're out of sequence now, so they're back to the front of that field, but for how long?
They're 4 laps in. We saw the cars go about 8 laps into their stint, so right now they're going to have, I would say, let me just take a quick look over here. That is roughly 25 seconds of lead, roughly, into their overall class. So whenever they come down in pit lane, they should be right around the mid pack if they play everything on their cards right. But we'll never know. For now, they have 26 seconds of lead into P2 in their class. So it's all on Shilikowski to see how large of a gap he will open once he comes down to the pit lane.
Well, as the SP10s work their way through, it's worth just quickly running through your field then at the moment. The standings, top 8 of each of your categories, starting off with SP9, and it is Adrenaline eMotorsport who are in the lead by 10 seconds ahead of Sim Racing Academy Red. Glacier Racing GreenHELL, they have taken a longer pit stop, so they are in 3rd place, a little bit further behind. Revolution Sim Racing Blue 4th ahead of Adrenaline eSport, their 2nd car, in 5th, with Swiss German Sim Racing 6th, iLiveries, and then Comac Motorsports in your SP9. Lorenzo, take us through the SP7s.
So Sim Racing Academy Black still retaining the lead, but like we mentioned, he's still off cycle 4 laps into their stint in P1. Zakaro Esports is in 2nd, Slow and Confused, nice name by the way, is in P3. Zenith Esports is in 4th. Backmarker Racing Orange 5th place. Birthday Cake Racing 6th. Goranson Billsport is in 7th, and rounding out the top 8 in the SP7 is Raceline Sports here, Paul, and I think there's a car off right in front of that Racing Academy Black.
Yes, so that is the Fusu Endurance car. They're not having a good time of it. They're back and away again. We saw them get involved in an instant with an SP7 car earlier on. Tom, why don't you take us through your SP10 category?
SP10, been plenty of action so far, but it's Simsa Esports GT4 that lead the way. They got 13 seconds over that battle that we've been seeing all throughout the race. Core Sim Racing Onyx currently the front of it, with PND Racing 3rd, and Team RSO in the Porsche just having been dropped back into 4th position. A wee way behind that battle is where you'll find 5th position at Torque Freak Racing by Carrot, and then behind them, Ava, Vervatic, Bastion, T3 Esports Gamma, and rounding out your top 8, ProDrive, Esport, VLN, Team Red.
And then finally, with your TCR category, it is T3 Esports Delta, leading that one by just 0.3 of a second ahead of Boosted Motorsport. They were involved in a battle with one of the full send cars, but it's the other one, the 387 of full send, Mikel Garcia, who's in third place. Top Freak Racing, the Avon Rise team, are in fourth ahead of Revolution Sim Racing Purple, Fiercely Forward VLN with Marshmallow Racing, and then Podium Hunters, not on the podium yet, but they are in the top 8 in your TCR category. So that's your standings as they are at the moment. We're 1 hour into the race already, guys. That's it's flown by as that first hour of this race, but that's what we expected here in this Winter GreenHELL event here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we expected this kind of action going up into the first hour. Of course, a few incidents happened here and there. It's the nature of the track, as we're still looking into this lead battle between the TCR cars of T3 Esports Delta and Boosted Motorsport VLN in the George Simmons car, which apparently now again we cannot, of course, if we start speaking, we cannot speak while these cars, but apparently now George Simmons has a stable connection once again.
I can tell you, by the way, so far in this race, the 33-4, so 334, the Fiercely Forward VLN TCR car, has been given a warning from the start of the race for aggressive blocking into turn 1. So they have had a warning for them. And also, no further action. So that incident that we saw with Fisu and the 144 WS Racing Esports purple car between the Porsche and the BMW, there was no further action taken in that incident from race control. So we have got live race stewards here as one of your, in fact that's your race leaders working their way through. Yes it is. So your race leader passing your leading TCRs. So traffic now, Tom, is becoming an issue for them, and well, traffic around the Grand Prix section is fine, but on the Nordschleife it's a bit more difficult.
Traffic, yeah, it's scary. Like you say, we've talked so many times about how narrow the track is and that you can't get past, you can't get alongside. Well, suddenly you're going to catch somebody in the narrow bit where you can't get past or alongside. This battle still raging on for second position. The RSO car right in the bumps very nicely, trying to close up on Ivan still in the PND Racing BMW, but the foot's flat to the floor. The BMW gets away, then they come on the brakes. BMW looks squirrely, to say the least. It'll have dogs barking it if the shit goes around anymore. And through the tight twisty section, Porsche right back on the tail. Just wait till we get on the gas. You'll watch the BMW fall. There we go, just gently extending the gap once again. But come back to the traffic point. It's going to be tricky, but you got to remember this is traffic. You're not actually racing them. When you catch people who are racing within their class, then sure, it's going to be slightly more difficult, but it's not the same as trying to overtake somebody on track for position.
Certainly, and you
hopefully
hope, and you would hope that you get some cooperation through the traffic as well. But you've got to remember, with traffic, that they're involved in battles as well. Speaking of battles, slow and confused. I said that they weren't exactly slow or confused, maybe confused, but they're not slow. They're in second place, and Zekero Esport, Dan Draker, third place for them down the Dottinger Hoa. And the 128 in a good position. They were quite close. They've actually made a mistake or something for the 128.
Something happened with the... No, something has happened with Zekero.
Have they got brakes on?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the brake lights are on.
The brake lights are on. They're doing 218 kilometers an hour.
I think I know why. Because the car looks a little bit wobbly in the latter portions of the section over here, but I'm looking on the replay and nothing seems to have happened right before Galgen Cup.
But look, the brake lights are not coming off. Have they got a stuck brake here? They're coming to the pits.
Yeah.
Is it even possible this could be a hardware issue or something failed
possibly
on the sim rig itself? Because it doesn't look as if the car is carrying any physical damage. You gotta remember that these brakes in game just as the name sim implies, they're simulated. If you run the brakes, you're going to wear them out, and then not only can you not go quickly, but you won't be able to stop.
Well, let's
An
see. Do they change driver?
They have to. Issue started right before they gone into the Stefan Below Fest.
Well, they're going again, not changing driver. That doesn't look convincing to me. Well, they're on pit lane speed limit. We'll keep an eye on this one. The brake lights are off.
Maybe they got a sock stuck behind it or something, I'm not sure. I mean, it was a quick fix. You got to feel as if it's something a little bit silly. Maybe something fell off the desk like a pen and got trapped.
No, they're back on.
Oh, yeah, there they are.
You could just see, yeah, they're
Yeah.
pulling off. Oh, this is a nightmare. They were up in second place. He's trying to fix the issue here. Oh my goodness. They're going to lose 2 positions there. Ava Vivatica, Raceline Sim Sports. Still, yeah, this is a major issue for Dan Draker. Now, the question I have here, there's only Dan Draker I can see in that team at the moment.
Yeah, I'm looking really quickly. Yeah, only Dan Dracea is in that car. And you can still see he's still on the outside portion of the Mercedes arena. At least he got the car on the outside
Yes.
portion in the runoff area, so he doesn't block out the cars. And if this was a real life scenario, this probably would have been a quick tow back into the pits. But this is the marvelous world of sim racing individuals, so that you don't have that tow, and that will kind of fix your car out of the magical ways. But now we're back into this top 3 battle between the SP10 cars out of RSO, PND, and also Core. And now Dracea back into the race, but apparently the brake issues has not yielded yet.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that whilst we look at this battle. You could see the dirt that had built up on the front of the PND car and also the Team RSO car. So you can see just because they've been following so closely there, all the detritus, dirt, tyre rubber, all getting kicked up onto the front of these two. But quite interestingly here, Tom, they're actually dropping back a little bit from Core Sim Racing.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. Core Sim Racing Onyx, they've opened up 1.2 seconds almost. However, we just spoke about it earlier, 1.5 seconds is the slipstream range, so it's still not clear and away yet, but it shows that they are definitely the quickest car, assuming that this Team RSO Porsche gets stuck behind a BMW in the twisty section. I reckon the Porsche might even be the quickest car in this group. It's just not particularly easy to win a squabble. Goes out the slipstream, actually going to try and get a little bit of the side draft as well to keep the overspeed. You can see the speed just equalizes. He gets alongside and then just stalls out. The BMW is able to keep pushing, keep hauling. It's going to need to be a brave maneuver as they get towards the braking zone here. He'll sweep around the outside on the brakes. Nice, the BMW. BMW, we've spoken about how squirrely it was, but apparently it just doesn't matter for the Team RSO guys.
Big moment there for PND Racing on the exit of Tiergarten. Good grief, that was crazy to see, but Team RSO, because they had to get out of the throttle on the exit of Tiergarten, that allows PND to actually pull away a little bit then. So down the start and finish straight, look at the different lines being taken by the 2 cars. The Porsche just using more of the road, BMW trying to work that one. Let it run out wide, don't go too wide there. Again, different lines. The RSO car trying to set the wider line in. That opens up the entry to this corner here, which you've got to carry the speed. That's a really good one, but again, just having to back out of it here, Lorenzo, to having to hang behind for the time being.
Yeah, Niels Benedict have to play a little bit more safely than usual, and you can see that back end of Ferrari's car just being a little bit more alive than usual in the last few corners, but now you can see the pace out of the RSO car into Varsteiner. The move would be set in stone. There's a little bit of contact between both cars. They touch bumper to bumper. And you can see side to side into Edvin Bogan. That's great GT4 action here on the Nürburgring track.
Yeah, apologies if anybody's wanted to see action from other classes, but this is the closest battle out there on track because they are literally side by side. The RSO car almost ended up off the track. I think Nils Benedict will be getting a little bit more frustrated now about that, because coming to the twisty stuff, that's not really an overtaking spot, but the third place car of PND Racing giving the space. Oh, don't try and make a move through here, Nils. That's not really wide enough to make any moves. And now the BMW, with that little bit of a pace advantage in a straight line, just pulls away slightly. But again, gets to the corners. This Porsche, a little bit more nimble. It seems to handle the curbs a lot better than the BMW. That BMW back end swinging around. It's fun to watch, but I don't suppose it's very fun to be racing and try and keep it on the track here. But Tom, they're giving us some great entertainment here, battling out for the podium in your SP10 category.
Niels knows how important this is. He's lost 2.5 seconds since the beginning of the lap to the Onyx car up ahead, so it's all about trying to get past, but he's suffering from the Porsche issue. He went for the move in the flip-flop, almost a motorcycle-style overtake there. Didn't pay off. Now he's got the slipstream, but he knows that the moment he pulls out of it, the BMW will be able to keep hauling, and he just slams the door shut, as he's entitled to do, but not giving a quarter as they come into another big braking zone. BMW drifts out wide, has to stop all that mass, gets on the power, straightens it up, and you can just hear that engine shoot it back down the hill once again. Porsche coming, right in the bumps, right in the curves. BMW looks unsettled, but there's no space on the inside. You won't be able to drive around the outside there because it goes left once again before you brake into this one. Porsche will ride the curve just a smidge. Look for a cutback line, Willie. It's not quite available. Almost a little bit of a touch there, I think. And you'll have to settle down as we get to yet another section of the track that favours the power on that Beamer.
I keep on getting the sense that something big is going to happen between these two and it's not going to be good. That's just a feeling that I get with these two here. With the way that they're driving, they're very aggressive, and as Tom points out, they have lost so much time to the Core Sim Racing Onyx car. They've been able to drive away down the inside. Goes the Porsche, Team RSO drifting the back end out, but not going to be in the right position for the chicane, the left and right. So going to have to be patient again, but Lorenzo, Nils Benedict is almost getting a little bit desperate here.
Yeah, I think he's seeing that the gap to Ronald Grossman is actually slipping away bit by bit, and Ferrari is on his right to race hard and not give any inch to the German driver of Nils Benedict. So that's why the Porsche is being a little bit more aggressive than usual, blinking his headlights towards the BMW as they just gone into X-Mula, going into the right-hand side uphill, setting up for Backberg. So it's I understand the RSO's desperation in this part, but you gotta race smart. I know you're losing time to a driver you were close right about 2 laps ago, but you know this is one of the stuff that racing provides. You need to just play with your brain properly and do the smart moves.
Well, the rear tires, sorry, the rear tires on that BMW must be absolutely shot. He's got no grip on entry or on exit, and just has to use all of the road even to keep the car on the road. The Porsche is able to turn tighter, get better grip, better traction, but then we get into this section where he pulls out the slipstream, can't get alongside, and as a result, that's where the time's being lost and why it's causing so much frustration.
By the way, we have got close. I'm just bringing our attention to this as well. Göransson, Billsport, and Birthday Cake Racing, they're battling down in your SP7 category. Your race leading team, that was the 111, wasn't it? They're still in the lead of that one by 39 seconds. So I wanted to just bring your attention to that because I knew that we weren't going to get a move there between these two. So it was worth just having a look further up your field then. The TCRs are still pretty close as well. Battle for third place in TCR is pretty close. Don't forget, live timing is available. timing71.org/s/GreenHELL to keep up to date with everything that's happening in this race. So if we're not showing the battle of your favourite team, then you will be able to keep up to date with it. And RSO again looking very racy you can't really make any moves into this part here. You can maybe make a lunge into the next right as long as you're close enough, but he's not. And Lorenzo now, he's almost got to be patient once again to go for the Dottinger Hohe, but not go too early on there.
Yeah, I think the only part of the section of this, the third part, I would say, of this track is it might be here if you wanted to go for a lunge on the right-hand side of that inside part of the turn on YouTube corner. I'm gonna name this on YouTube corner. I know it's proper other names, but this track has 170 names and I don't remember them all. But that BMW, it's really looking to either go into hyperspace or something else, because that, like it said, the rear tires are gone. One of my tires are gone.
We've had an issue for the WRC Works car. Let's have a look at this then. This is down in turn number 1. I think they're just going to lose it themselves here. In your SP7 category, down into turn 1. Back end rotates, and that's the problem with this car. The weight is all at the back, and it spins around all on its own. Back to that battle for third place in your SP10s. And now PND, they've been squirreling around. They've really been hustling that BMW. But this is where they've got the advantage. Down the Dottinger Hohe, runs out onto the grass. That's going to compromise them slightly on the accelerator. But now, down the Dottinger Hohe they go. Ivan Ferrari versus Nils Benedict. And Nils is just sat there in the slipstream, waiting patiently. He wants to make the move. Don't make it too early down the straight, or else the other car can come back. Here they come, alongside. And again, that Porsche just stalling out just that little bit, but they've got the better. They've got in front here, and the PND racing car is finally relenting there into Tiergarten. So finally, an entire lap of hassling and hounding that PND racing car. Team RSO finally made it back, but don't count out the PND racing car. Team RSO having to go defensive very early, because here they come. Ivan Ferrari to the outside of turn number 1. Can they work together? Can they keep from touching each other? And that PND car ahead runs wide though. That's going to allow the RSO car back through, and he's going to slam the door shut in the arena section. So through the left. No real chance now for that PND car in these next 2 corners. So Tom, finally, the RSO car making the move and making it stick.
He's been released, and now he should have an opportunity, because I don't think the BMW is going to be close enough into the NGK chicane, and then you get that entire first sector of the Nordschleife to open up the gap where, to be honest, he was looking for a move last lap, and if you're looking for a move there, you're going to have to be mighty slow compared to your previous lap to come under threat.
By the way, really quickly, sorry Paul.
Yeah.
Just because of this battle alone of the overdriving of the BMW M4 of PND, gap that he had to torque freaking Team Klassens in the Porsche 718, the Club Sport, has gone down 2 seconds on the last lap.
Not 2 seconds on the last lap. 4.4 seconds.
I look at least 2 seconds from the last time I looked. I apologize.
It's come down by at least a 10th, guys.
It's a commentator, you know. Not paying attention to stuff.
Battle in your TCR for the TCR lead. Now, they've yet to pit here. They'll be getting close to their pit stop window, because it's around an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. For pit stops in your TCR category. Also about the same in your SP10 category. So yet to have the first pit stops for these cars here as they're heading into Tiergarten once again. And George Simmons, being smart all the way through, he's just sat behind T3 Esports Delta, forced Oliver Ackerman to be able to stay in front and to have to do that. There's been an accident here for the 72. That's the NGB car. And, well, we'll have a look at what's happened here. But preliminary reports. And we've got a big hardware problem. Well, that's more than just a hardware problem. We'll try and rewind it back for you a little bit more so we can see what has happened here, and we'll go on board with them. So here we go. Watch that steering wheel then, Tom.
Yeah, it all looks well. Everything's calm. He's just getting on with his race, getting on with making sure that they don't drop too far away. They're still in it in about 2 hours time to try and make up positions. There it goes, drifting to the left, still turning left. You can see that wheel still trying to fight it as the car rolls. Nothing he could do about that one. It's just torn it out of his hands, hasn't it? Still rolling, eventually comes to stop, notably in the middle of the track, so cleverly reverses to make sure that that speeding car and both of those ones don't smack him. But that would have been scary and disappointing to be caught up by hardware, sorry.
Yeah, they're struggling. They're struggling to get back to the pits. They don't want to take the tour because it is... Oh, look at how out of control this car is. Oh, this is going to be incredible car control if it can make it onto pit road without touching any more walls. Onto the pit limiter. Well done. I will say well done for keeping that car out of the walls there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that's well done for Yannick Sagemeister. I think he did touch the wall right before Tiergarten, but no one was actually around to go through that car. He goes into the pit stall. We'll hand the car to Sven Beba in the number 72 car, but that was a weird crash. I've seen so many crashes, I think, on this race that involve hardware failures. A car just turning left. It sounds like whenever your steering wheel just decides to replug on the USB, just restarts and go one way to another, you're trying to catch it is not enough. It looks like it, right?
As we're heading along, Full Send Racing trying to make his way past your leaders in TCR. So these two close together as well. We've had a report of Fiercely Forward. Well, they're on pit road. Have been for a minute and a half. So apparently they've had a bit of an issue as well. All I'll say is good luck us trying to find that. Fiercely Forward 234. They're on pit road there. Oh dear. Right, they've ended up in the wall at Tiergarten. So how have they ended up at... Is that Tiergarten? No, that's at the start of the lap.
No, that's Hatzenbach. Right after Hatzenbach.
Well,
right before Hatzenbach, apologies.
So Ollie Slade, or at least that's who's in the car at the moment. Oh, that's so easily done. That is so easily done right there. And those tyres just grab you.
Yeah, I think that's the classical case of, just, underestimating your braking zone and let the car do its job. Unfortunately. Right,
well, we've got a battle out on track in your SP7 category. That is Raceline, SimSports, and Ava Vivatic. So Marius Rommelfanger and Dirk Federman battling out on track at the moment between these two. They have made their pit stops. We have, by the way, had quite a good chunk of your TCR class being down onto pit road. So they are now starting to make their pit stops here, Tom. So this battle for 7th and 8th in class right now going on out there, but strategy started to come into play now for TCR and your SP10s.
You mentioned trying to keep those tyres in check, particularly the fronts in the front wheel drive touring cars. If the tyres are beginning to go for your leaders, we might even see something along the lines of an undercut. Now, an undercut is a strange phrase when you're looking at such a long lap, but it is very possible that something along those lines could come into play. The other consideration is, of course, the newly pitted cars will have a lot of fuel on board, and the cars that haven't boxed yet will be running on near enough fumes at this stage. So the undercut may be not possible, maybe it will be. It depends whether or not the leaders have been able to keep their front tyres in check, or if they're really beginning to struggle.
Yeah, certainly it can give you a big advantage, that's for sure. I mean, I'm just having a look at the last lap for your leading TCR cars, an 8 minute 52.6 and 8 minute 52.1. Compare that to their fastest laps of an 8:51.3 and an 8:50.6. So they're not that far off of their top speed overall in terms of their lap time. We'll have to keep an eye, though, on the lap times of those who have pitted to see how they go. Lock break there. Big drama. There's a TCR car, the 333 having issues as well. Oh, my goodness. A Raceline Sim Sport, Marius Romanfeller getting caught out by that TCR, the 333 having issues. That's Revolution Sim Racing Red.
Marius got a little bit saved there, you'd have to say. He was most certainly losing the place to Dirk Federman. We'll just catch it on a replay. Dirk had to bail out of it. So here they come in. There's your TCR car, gets up on the curb, slides around. The leading Porsche's already gone deep. Dirk Federman tries to get up and then has to back out of it for fear of hitting the back of the TCR 333. And that means that it was as you were in the form of the Porsches. And a sigh of relief from Marius Robbelfanger.
I don't know whether that TCR car has got a bit of damage or whether it's just cold tyres, because they have just pitted this lap. So maybe just getting caught out by cold tyres down into Armberg as your race leading SP10 car on to pit road right now. So
Or two.
Yep. So everybody, it's going to be a pit party now for your SP10 category here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, every single car I'm seeing, the first four already into the pit lane. Simsa, Team RSO, Core Onyx with Dominic Engel getting into the car now. Patrick Lankow also getting for Team RSO. Ben Kuipers getting into Torque Freak and race leader in as well.
Yeah, so your GT3. Oh, now race leader. Remember, you only took a 20-second pit stop at the first stop, and Mario is going to switch out, and Simon Scheidilch is going to jump into that car in the number 11. So your race leading GT3 car, they took a short pit stop. Was that just to try and get away from the others that were in that, the Glacier Racing car, and now taking their long stop here because they must reckon that they're going to have to take a shorter pit stop at some point in this race here then, Tom?
Yeah, if you come into it, you know what the plan is. No, the plan can get changed by damage and contact and all those sorts of unpredictable things, but you come in going, I want to stop here, 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 and here, and that'll get me to the end of the race. If you know that one of them has to be short, why not get it out of the way? Then you're less likely to be caught up by slower cars within your own class. You're going to have to make less risky moves, and if you can make those overtakes on strategy, it is advantageous. One of these cars is taking a bit of an expedition. That is Ben Kuipers in the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot car. That was less than ideal line for turn one.
Straight out of the pit lane is that. Sorry, Ben, we're going to have to show a replay of that. Onto the brakes, cold tyres, and you just got to go straight. Oh my goodness, he almost grip rolled that car into turn one there. I've not seen that outside of Rallycross. I'm sorry.
No. Apparently the sidewall had more temperature in it than the rest of the tyre, so when he got up on it, it just tried to flick itself around.
We'll have another look at this here, but yeah, the last time I've seen that happen is in Rallycross. So he's coming into turn one. Now remember, cold tyres, the pressures are down, and the sidewall won't be quite as almost over there. Now we are going to stick on replay because something has happened here to Team RSO in this this stint out of the pits. So we'll have a look at this one now. But yeah, my goodness, that that was the old grip roll that almost happened for that Top Freak Racing car. But yeah, Team RSO, something's happened to them. Don't say that SP9 car is going to get involved with them out of the corner. They seem to be fine there. I did see them stopped on my timing screen, so it must be into the chicane here or somewhere around that. We'll get to it eventually, that's for sure, as they head into the chicane. Well, that's all fine. Oh, no, there we go. Exit the chicane. Fortunately, there's a lot of runoff there on the inside, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think runoff is the one thing you really want. Oh, nearly an issue. I was just looking at that and I just saw car contact between T3 Esports Gamma, and I think that was the Pro Drive Esports VLN Team Red. as Simone Modica just makes the overtake on T3. But go ahead.
Change of lead in TCR because Boosted Motorsport VLN are now out in front. A 49-second pit stop for them compared to 53-second pit stop for T3 Sports Delta. And it's also a change of driver as well. Alex Neller for Boosted Sim Motorsport VLN. They are out in the lead of your TCR category.
Exactly what you spoke about, isn't it? Where you're not going to get the extra lap particularly often relative to the people you're racing against, but if you can slipstream, save a little bit of fuel, spend less time putting fuel in the car, and that's exactly what's happening.
So yeah, so we'll see how we get on here. Now, Revolution Sim Racing Purple, they are actually pitted a couple lap earlier than these two at the front, and they are still 22 seconds behind. So they're not close to the T3 Esports Delta car. So the two leaders in TCR seem to be in a class of their own here, Lorenzo, and then the rest are just trying different strategies to try and bring themselves into that battle.
Yeah, it's one of these key natures of Nordschleife that you're gonna see in comparison to other tracks. Tom said about undercuts. I haven't seen an undercut happen in a 24-hour race, let alone in a race like this in the GreenHELL in a long time. You know, again, I think for a 4-hour race, getting an undercut, that would be way too much of an optimistic move, in my opinion. But of course, you're trying different things, and you really want to be effective. You might go for a half a stint, but I don't think you can go. You should go for a half a stint this early in the race. You can leave up to the last portion. I think that would be the proper strategy if you're within a top 5, top 3 battle for the lead of this race, in my opinion. But hey, I'm here in the commentator booth. That means that my level of driving is slow in comparison to these guys on track.
Yeah, it's the reason why we're here talking about the race and not actually out there competing in the race. What we are going to do is we are going to give you just a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. We'll do that on board with the Swiss-German sim racing car because they're involved in the battle with Simsa Esports. So that's Tim Bresch and Fabian Hari behind the wheel. So what we're going to do is just get ourselves out of the right-hander here, and then we'll stick around. A bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Well, what a battle this has been so far then for you on board. 9th and 10th place overall here in the Winter GreenHELL opening round of the championship. Paul Smith, Lorenzo Bonda and Tom Davis in the commentary box here with you. Hope you're all enjoying this race. I've certainly been enjoying it. I may be a little bit out of breath because I've just had to go and get myself a bottle of water. I've nearly run out of water here. But anyway, battle for 9th and 10th place still ongoing here. And Lorenzo, we were seeing there how traffic was really affecting those two onto the Dottinger.
Yeah, we saw this battle between Simsa and also Swiss German sim racing. Oh boy, here we go. It's kind of funny because we saw this Swiss German sim racing being quite aggressive at the early portion of the race during the first hour. He had a little bit of a pace on that Audi R8, but unfortunately got a little bit marked by mistakes on the halfway part of the first hour. Now trying to get into a recovery drive, and Tim Bratske, let me just say, he's a very good driver. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold the Fabian Hari. The thing that favors Hari, I think, in this instance might be he has better tires in comparison to Simsa. He has four laps better than Simsa, if we're going to be talking about tires here. So it's all due on Fabian Hari just to play patient and see the perfect overtaking opportunity to get one spot up on that Simsa car.
Certainly, as we head on through them onto the Dottinger, onto the Nordschleifer. My words all mixed up there, and these two still together, not really changing position here as they're heading through that opening part of the Nordschleifer here. So battle for your TCR lead, however, that has closed right back up because T3 Esports, who had lost the lead in the pit stops, are now right up behind that boosted Motorsports VLN car, and Alex Neller coming under some serious pressure here, Tom.
Yeah, and Neller will be concerned because that car was able to hold the pace and almost stay with T3 Esports. Now it's the opposite way. T3 have closed down what was a considerable gap and are all over the back of the military-style liveried boosted motorsports car. All the meanwhile, you got one of the Porsches closing up onto the back, so they'll be aware of that one. It should be pretty simple. The overspeed in a straight line is pretty considerable between these two classes, and that's exactly what we see there. T3 Esports trying to get overspeed as well, but Ackerman not quite able to find the inside into turn one, so he'll have to sit pretty and try to get the move done, potentially through the Mercedes arena.
We'll have to wait and see. So these two pretty close together. I can tell you from racing against Alex for many years that he's quite a astute driver. He's also quite an aggressive driver as well. He's not afraid of making some overtakes, that's for sure. So if he does end up behind, don't be surprised if he does make some moves again. It's pretty much an instant retaliation to whatever Ackerman does. But Ackerman, I feel right now, will be happy here, Lorenzo, to just sit behind and do what George Simmons in that boosted motorsport car did in the first stint in that TCR class.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a switch back between drivers, and we know Neller he will probably do his best to try to hold Ackerman at any point of this race, especially during this early portion of the stint. But it's good to see, this switch back of roles, because Simmons at the larger portion was the one getting the tow out of the T3 car. Now the one is now giving tow. so it's a little bit of switchback from other drivers. So it's a little, oh, the car's getting wobbly during the entrance of the Nordschleife section, both cars, so no gains from one another. I think Nella just got the worst end of it, but it wasn't a major time loss over here. Both cars still keep going strong.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that again. So Nella, back end. Oh, Tokyo Drift right there. And the T3 Sports Delta car just sitting behind. Now, what that will do, however, for Nella, is it'll put a bunch of heat into his car. So that's not what you want to put excessive heat through your tyres here, because it takes a while for you to recover those tyre temperatures, Tom.
And he was actually feeling that through that little section. You could see the back end as he got up on the curb. It was just drifting a bit more than he'd otherwise would have. He'd laid down a nice little black strip of rubber onto it. They come up over the crest, bouncing and rebounding all around. This is where it's crucial that you've got your damper set up correct, just to try and eliminate as much of that oscillation as you can. They'll follow still. T3 Sport's not close enough to try anything, so although they think they're quicker, you need to get closer than this if you're going to try and move before the end of the lap, pretty much.
Problem is, for these TCR cars around here and down the Dottinger Hohe, you pretty much max out the gearing on this car. So it really does become an issue for them to make any moves. Without team, by the way. I think they've just had a little issue out there because they're pretty slow away. They've just lost another position. So we'll have a look and see what's happened to them here in this part of the track. We'll go on board with them. Is it going to be this corner once again? No, they're not on the entry anyway. So through such a tricky part of the track around here. You want to use some, but not all of the curbs. Watch that exit curb. Oh, and that's exactly what's caught them out there. Oh, and he just kisses the barrier there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, just grazing the barrier on the outside of Hatzenbach and just keeping the car safe. Luckily, it was just a graze, because I think a crash like that under normal speeds without that lock on the brakes probably would have been a right-hand side front end suspension for that without Team 129 Porsche 911 Cup. So good reactions on the driver of Flavio Figucci to avoid a damage like that on that car.
We started the race with 58 cars. We've got 54 cars currently running, 4 official retirements. The FISU Endurance 85 car and the 71 T3 Sports Alpha car from your SP9 category. They're both out of this race, as are the 399 and the 388. That's Artifact Slow Pony and Laps Racing Team. We saw both of them have big incidents.
Sorry to interrupt. Flavio's done it again. Flavio touched the grass, and he's just had a little bit of an incident. I think he managed to correct the slide, although he was behind the crest of the hill. Yeah, kept it out the. No, he's definitely not kept that out the wall.
No, that he has too much damage on the left hand side of that car. Just going to Colin Hart. He's gonna have to tow back to the pits.
Well, let's have a look on board then. So he's trying to make up for that earlier mistake. Touches the grass. Wants to get on the grass. No way of recovering that. Oh! Heavily into the arm cut. That's going to be a nice insurance claim from the Nürburgring, because it's not cheap to have the arm cut repaired there. So they're on pit road as we speak right now, as some more pit stops going on in your SP9 category. So that is the Adrenaline eMotorsports 21 car on pit road at the moment, and still Glacier Racing out at the front in the lead. They're yet to have their second pit stop, whereas the Adrenaline eMotorsports number 20 car have had their second pit stop, their first full service of that car as well, and go on.
That Fabian Hari car on the number 89 we were following not long ago have a major issue on that car. Just trying to look where that crash actually happened.
Simsa have also
just before Tiergarten.
So Simsa, they've got major issues.
Involved in that crash as well. He was involved in that crash as well with the Swiss German sim racing car just after the Bilson Bridge on the Dorninger Hohe. You're gonna see it right now.
Let's have a look then. On board with the Audi. Oh, what's going to happen underneath the Bilstein Bridge? Oh, they make contact. Oh, the both of them ended up going in towards each other. We'll get another look from off board. But that almost feels inevitable, does that one there?
It seemed odd in my opinion, because from what it looks like, the Swiss German car was just holding his line on the outside. You can see they're going side to side. The Audi catching the toe out of the BMW, going to go side to side into the right underneath the Bilstein Bridge.
They've gone into each other.
BMW.
The Audi comes left and the BMW drifts right.
Yeah, but I think the drift on the right of it was just Hari just trying to hold his line and try to go for the move on the Tiergarten just right after that. Just go for the braking zone.
The only thing I would say is that there's a lot of space on the right-hand side of the Swiss German racing car here. They were very much in the middle of the road. Simpson's always going to drift towards the outside when they're going that quick through a left-hander. I'm not sure they've been given racing room there. They can't take that any tighter, surely, and otherwise you're just being giving away the place, which is not something you can expect a racing driver to do.
Well, what we will say is good luck race control sorting that one.
Yeah, that one's going to be tricky.
I just get the feeling that both cars went into each other rather than one. It's whether one has squeezed more than the other. And you do make a good point, Tom, that there was a lot more room to the right of that Swiss German sim racing car, but at that point of the track, you're talking tenths of a second to make a decision as to where you need to go.
Yeah, it's not a simple one. Obviously, we got to watch that back 3 times before I noticed how much space there was. They're doing it at the same time as the other driver making their decision, so they kind of have to be in each other's heads, aware of what they're likely to do, what they're likely not to do, and as a result, it's always going to be more tricky, and I'm sure Race Control will give out a representative verdict on that one. We got a battle here between 4th and 5th, however. iLivery's VIB 3 Sports Yellow. They are just trying to defend, I believe, from Coma Motorsport. Daniel Blisteiner all over the back. A little touch on the grass there. That's going to compromise the exit, but in fact the slipstream makes up for it and a little bit more. And no room for the overtake quite yet.
Yes, we'll go on board then with Coma Motorsport through bravery. You've got to be brave through that left-hander. It is an incredibly quick corner. Through the right, onto the brakes, up over a rise, a little rise there, that unsettles the car going up over that lip, and then into the right-hander. Towards the carousel, the world-famous carousel. Everyone knows this corner. If you are a motorsport fan, and even some that aren't motorsport fans, you know about that one corner. So go out of there, back up through the gears. In a close battle between these two for 4th and 5th place overall in your standings. A little bit of a wider entry from Coma. You can see how the different cars are having to take different lines through these corners. The Mercedes is quite a barge, isn't it, Lorenzo? It's really good through getting into a straight line. Got a lot of grunts, but it just understeers quite a bit through the corners.
Yeah, the problem for the Mercedes midway through the stint is that whenever the tires get a little bit more worn out, the car just tends to get a little bit more understeery, and you have to be more aggressive with your driving skills, try to get the most performance out of the car. That's why you really don't get a good cornering performance out of the Mercedes-Benz in comparison to the Audi. The problem to the Audi, though, is that it's historical in iRacing, as we're looking over here on the replay with the Zacro Esports once again with D'Andrasea having an issue on the Vilsteiner curve, as he just, I think, overshoots the curve right in the mid-apex, and during re-acceleration the car just stepped out of the way. But back to that battle, the problem with the Audi is that you really don't want to go into bumps way too aggressively. The car just decides to bounce off, and just due to the nature of the bounciness of the car, you really don't have too much control out on the Audi. so you need to approach it more carefully than the Mercedes. But on the straight line, Mercedes have a little bit of an advantage in comparison to the Audi R8.
As we head on through towards the Dottinger Hohe once again, that Mercedes will show its grunt down this long straightaway, and the main road to the left of them as well. It's a beautiful part of the world. I was fortunate enough to work at the Sim Racing Expo last year. Of course, this year's online event, unfortunately, getting cancelled. As here we go, side by side, race leaders onto pit road. By the way, Glacier Racing onto pit road, as there's the move. Coma Motorsports to the front of this battle. It's a 4th place for them, but they'll be heading very shortly onto pit road, along with this iLiveries car right behind them. There they go, to the right, feed into the pit lane. Don't do what happened in the Nürburgring 24 Hours one time and have a car hit the end of the pit wall head on. But there they are, onto pit road now to make their pit stops. Race leader Glacier Racing are taking tyres on this pit stop, but Adrenaline now, of course, remember, they pitted 3 laps earlier here, Tom. They're back out to the head of your field.
It's the differing strategies, isn't it? Who's going to get to the end on given stop? Are the tyres going to be there? Are they going to have to do fuel saving to do it? We don't know yet because we're just approaching halfway, but 2 hours from now, it'll be very clear as to who's made the correct decision in this instance.
Don't forget as well, excuse me, is that this team, they're on 4-lap old tyres now. When they get towards the end of the race, they will take new tyres at the end of pretty much a full stint. Glacier, we think, will do their short pit stop at the end of the race, but they won't take tyres. So in theory, actually, that Adrenaline car, Lorenzo, will end up on newer tyres towards the end of the race.
Yeah, that's the likely it. Again, these strategies playing out once again during the track. I'm really interested who gets the overall advantage when you come down to the final hour. We're about 6 minutes into the first end of the first half of the race. I think the next pit stop will be key to see where the perspective of the race will play out during the final hour and who might have the advantage coming out into that key final hour of this race where everything just kicks off. And now again back to the battle between P&D and Core.
Yeah, so these two are inseparable. Behind them, RSO, of course, we saw them having issues. They're battling away with Ava Vivatic Bastion as well, so pretty close in your SP10 category for second place and for 4th place in class. So 2 battles going on out there on track. We've got a battle for 6th place in your SP7 category as well, between Raceline Simspot and Ava Vivatic as well. So those two battling away. And also your TCRs, they're staying as they are at the front of the field, half a second covering 1st and 2nd place, still with Boosthead in the lead of that battle. So things just panning out as we see things going on here. But as we mentioned, we are getting closer to the halfway point of this race, and this is where teams will have been on the calculators and looking at not only their strategy, but they'll be looking at the strategy of those around, Tom, and deciding, what's the who's going to win, who's going to lose out of all these strategic calls.
Exactly, like we stated just a couple minutes ago, there are differing strategies. It's not like they've come in and it's clear what it's correct to do. Evidently, there is some amount of dispute in terms of what's going to be quicker over the race distance. And if you're on something different to everybody else, you're going, oh, hang on. Have they got it right? Was that thing that we dismissed way early in testing actually the correct decision? You're redoing all those calculations, running all the numbers once again, just to see if there's anything you can do about what might actually be a better strategy from your opponents.
SP7 pit stops ongoing right now, and they're heading onto pit road. The Sim Racing Academy Black 111, of course, with their recovery drive, they already have their pit stop done. Whereas the car that they were just battling with, the Goranson Billspot car, is now that's a lot of damage on that 111 car.
A a lot of damage.
Ooh.
It's dog-eared and then some.
Well,
One of those dogs with the big floppy ears.
Well, remember that they're on the recovery drive anyway, aren't they?
Yeah.
So they've taken their fast repair.
And now they've just deemed that it's not worth it to get that fixed. This is suboptimal.
Well,
is it potentially pushing too hard on the recovery? Yeah.
This has happened after their last pit stop. It must have. I don't know if Lorenzo, if you can have a look back and hopefully.
That's what I'm doing actually. I'm just trying to look on Shilikowski's car. I can go back as early as lap 12 because I really don't have the option to go to save everything. Otherwise, it would have been 150 gigs of replay. I gotta feel bad for Arjuna and you, Paul, in that instance. But from looking on Shilikowski's laps right before he came into the pit lane, that damage was already on that car. So I'm impressed with Fabri's pace over here, 8:10, 8:12. So far, just doing a really good job of what he has on hand.
Well, we'll have to see how that all pans out. Birthday Cake Racing, by the way, are going 8 laps on their stint, along with Raceline SimSport. So they're both going longer. Ava Vivatic, am I reading this right? Have they actually gone 8 laps on this stint? We'll have to have a look at the timing screen. By the way, live timing and scoring is available, and that is timing71.org/s/GreenHELL for all your live timing in this race. Make sure you check that out. So, yeah, a couple of different tactics going on here. Longer strategies being called, and trying to extend as long as possible to make it as short as possible for their final stint to be as quick as they can be at the end of the race, give themselves the best opportunity. So yeah, it's pretty close further down. GT3, by the way, iLiveries after their pit stop, they've actually dropped down a position now to P7 because they came in together with Coma. They've come out behind the Adrenaline e-Motorsport GT3 of Tim Stratman. So yeah, not going too well here, Lorenzo, for the iLiveries team.
Yeah, not the optimal pit stop you really want out on the iLiveries car. But looking at both of those cars, I think they have to just work with one another because not far ahead of them is actually the Coma Motorsports on Marcel Schultz and in that Audi R8 LMS GT3 car. So both cars, if they have the pace and are willing to agree just to call it even for one lap specifically, they can catch that Audi, and then instead of a two-way battle on the GT3 class, they can have a 3-car battle and then probably get into the top 5 spot.
I have a feeling we're showing this car rather a lot. They got caught up with TCR traffic onto the brakes. Is that your race lead in TCR?
That's the leader.
Oh, and he spun it right in front of them. So that first of all, they had brake problems for Dan Draker. Now he's spun it a couple of times out on the Grand Prix loop. Do you get the feeling, Tom, that he's just pushing a little bit too hard?
Yeah, I reckon that's a good assessment of what's going on. It's unforced errors, isn't it? It's not like he's battling with somebody and they're down the inside, you're on a part of the circuit you're not expected to be. They're just driving the lines and making mistakes. So either feeling the pressure or knowing that they have to drive a little bit quicker, and as a result just over-driving and also making those mistakes.
Let's look at this battle then. 6th place in class in your SP9. That's the Adrenaline e-Motorsport and iLiveries cars. Out there through the Beloff S. This personally is my favourite part of the track. You're really on a roller coaster through here. Brilliant shot that we've got from the front bumper. Look at the speed that he was able to carry through the right-hander. A BMW in front, make a mistake, and well, the Kleiner carousel, there's only one line through here, and that BMW having to get out of that one there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I had to make room for that car. We're looking at the 72 of Sven Beba on the NJB Performance Red, having a little bit of an issue again right after the carousel, right on the exit of it. We'll take a look on the replay. Just getting out on the gas right after the carousel, It's one of the. I've seen this issue. Oh, he clipped the curb on the inside, right on the exit, and that basically stepped the car out, and the traction control cannot do anything to save it.
Yep, it's a mistake that everybody's made who's run laps around this. It doesn't matter if you're a world
I
championship
know.
driver or not. There's as Lorenzo proves that as we've got to change of position there. Adrenaline eMotorsports up a position in 6th place. Oh, in fact, staying in 6th place, should I say? Because our liveries were putting the pressure on, and the green car. We've lost the NJB green car now.
Get a
It's all
replay
kicking
of what's
off.
happened to them, yeah.
Oh,
Let's see what's going on here. Oh.
It's failure again. It's hardware
Yeah, it's the
failure.
same issue. It's the same issue. He's just suddenly driven to the left.
And how
There's nothing you
fortunate!
can do about that.
How fortunate for those two GT4 cars that he slotted between them and had the failure there.
Tell you what,
And
if
that's
he's managed
P&D and core.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he's managed to navigate this so he ends up between them, kind of fight it for a second, then that is absolutely fantastic and
It's
valiant.
just going to fail
yeah,
there.
there it goes. He's actually, that's just complete fortune for those guys. So they'll be counting their lucky stars, and you can see that wheel. It's aggressively fighting over to the left. Eventually, it stops trying to calibrate itself, I think, and that's when it sits upright. But the same problem. It's the exact same problem as we've seen. Is it 2 times in the race now?
Yes. That's the
Yeah.
car that was not... Oh, now, Race Control have made a decision on the Swiss German sim racing and the Simsa esports car, the instant that we saw underneath the Bilstein Bridge. Right, so the actual crash that was caused, so they've said that the actual crash was caused by the BMW not leaving enough space on the outside for the Audi heading under the bridge, leading to contact down the hill, and they've given a stop-and-go penalty of 1 second. So you literally have to come into your pit box, stop for 1 second, and then go. You cannot take a service whilst you're on pit road there. It was actually protested. There was actually a protest of an intentional wrecking. However, the race control do not believe that that is a case of intentional wrecking.
I don't think that was intentional wrecking either between
It was
that
before,
battle.
though. There was a contact beforehand.
Before, oh,
At the
okay.
start of the Nottingham.
Okay, fair game, fair game. I did not see that one then. I'll take a look at it and see what happened then.
We've looked at the incident. We discussed it for about 5 minutes. Turns out we weren't even discussing the actual incident. Absolutely inevitable.
It's all gone off.
But Race Control have given a penalty for the incident that happened under the Bilstein Bridge, the one that we
Yes.
did look at.
Yes, they've given the penalty for the one that was just earlier contact. Here's the little battle for 5th position with your Porsches. So these cars are almost GT3. You'll notice that they look a bit more like the cars you see on the road. That's essentially the difference. There's less added bits of aero, and it is going to be Artuis trying to pull out the slipstream. Doesn't quite have the overspeed, however, has to tuck back in behind the 153. And Raceline Sim Sports will fight another day.
He doesn't need to fight that one too hard, though, because Raceline does actually owe us a pit stop here. Birthday Cake Racing, they're onto pit road now for their second stop of the race. There you go, onto pit road goes that Raceline SimSport car. So Birthday Cake Racing onto pit road for their second pit stop, along with the Ava Vivatic car and also the Raceline SimSport car. I would imagine that the Zekrel eSports car will head onto pit road as well, because they've done 7 laps on the stint, and the ProDrive eSport VLN team are on 8 laps on the stint, so they should be heading down onto pit road here. But we are past the hour mark once again. We'll give you the standings in most of your categories. However, the SP7 will have to wait and see how the pit stops all pan out for that one. So we can tell you that at the moment in SP9 it is Adrenaline Esports running a little bit wide there. They are in the lead by 1 minute and 8 seconds, but they are going to be coming onto pit road in about 2, maybe 3 laps time. Glacier Racing, GreenHELL are in second, ahead of Sim Racing Academy Red in third place, but that's only 2.5 seconds between those two. Revolution Sim Racing Blue then in 4th with a big gap between them and Coma Motorsport, who are in 5th place. They've been involved in a great battle with the Adrenaline Esports number 21 car and the iLiveries VIB Esports car of the number 43. They've been involved in a great battle there between those two, and that is for 6th and 7th. And Full Send Racing, who did have a pit lane speed limit penalty, they are in 8th place at the moment. And Tom, take it away with your SP10 category. So that is
It's the SP10s.
That's GT4s.
Yes, GT4 cars, because obviously we're waiting on the pit stops and the one in between these guys. So we got Simsa Esports GT4. They're still leading the way in that wonderful orange livery, with PND just behind them, and by just we mean almost 30 seconds. PND, however, are very much still dueling with Core Sim Racing Onyx. Apparently I've lost the ability to speak here, I do apologise. The Onyx car, now the one that's trying to get the overtake done, and remember that they have dropped Team RSO, currently running in 4th position, trying to get back onto this pack, but their hands are filled by 5th place Ava Vervatic Bastion. You then got a huge gap, what, over 30 seconds, 35 seconds, until you find Freak Racing by Carrot. 7th position, T3 Esports Gamma, and just behind them, you'll find ProDrive Esport VLN Team Red.
So in the TCR class, Boosted Motorsports VLN is in the lead. Ash has actually managed to open up a little bit of a gap on T3 Esports Delta, 2.5 seconds between the leader and P2. Then P3 is Revolution Sim Racing Purple, followed by the Full Send, by the two Full Send cars in P4, the 387 in 4th and the 385 in 5th. In P6 is Torque Freak Racing Avon Rise, in 7th goes Marshmallow Racing, and then rounding out the top 8 of the TCR class is XPD Racing Motorsport here in the Nordschleife track.
And we can actually now give you the SP7 standings, because the pit stops have all sorted themselves out. So Sim Racing Academy Black, who are in the lead at the moment, but they are going to be pitting in about 3 laps time with their significant damage. They've got a 39.7 second lead over Zenith Esports in 2nd place. So and Confused are in 3rd, still in that podium position ahead. And there's a big gap between them and Garanson Bill Sport. Backmarker Racing Orange, we saw them early on having some keen battles along with Birthday Cake Racing. Ava Vivatic Dirk actually are right with them in 6th and 7th places, and then rounding out the top 8 is Raceline Sim Sports here at the Nürburgring. And well, what a race it has been so far for you, and we have still got the second half of the race to go. Coma Motorsport have been caught by the Adrenaline eMotorsports number 21 car and the iLiveries car, as well as they go down the Dottinger Hohe into the braking zone at Tiergarten. So much grip from these GT3 cars that can brake at that left-hander. And back out and away onto the start and finish straight for another lap. So those three, I feel, are going to be close together at their on track. And apparently the 297, the Team RSO, they were in 4th place. They've lost a position. They're down to 5th place now here at Lorenzo with a spin.
Yeah, they spun right around compression, and as we're going to look on the... Yeah, we caught the end, right end, the tail end of it. And I gotta say, Team RSO needs to thank the gods of sim racing to actually get real lucky, because right behind them was actually the Simsa Esports. You gotta look at the replay on the outside, just see a little bit of a hello touching from bumper, from bumper, a little bit of a grace, a love tap. Not actually a love tap, just as like grace, but getting real lucky at the tail end of the process.
That's not compressions. This is after the carousel. So you see.
Oh yeah, it looked like compression though. Apologies.
And then it's really tricky because he's trying to give space. You've got that iLiveries car behind, flashing the headlights, making a move. So he's thinking, "Oh, I'll give space." Well, he's gone too far. Back end curb. Oh, just
Yeah.
misses. That was lucky.
Yeah, that was lucky. Apologies for getting the corner wrong.
It's all right.
Because that
We all get the corners wrong here, so don't worry.
yeah. It's because it's a left-hand side. It looked like compression, you know, just for going uphill. So that's why I got a little bit confused. But now, yeah, you're right. Right after the carousel, it's an odd incident, unfortunately. But luckily for them, just narrowly avoiding a crash, but losing so much time in comparison to Ivervatic, about 13 seconds.
Look at this then. Battle for second place. They're up behind some TCR traffic as well. 2 BMWs. Oh, Glacier and Sim Race Academy. Now, I do believe they're a little bit out of sequence on pit stops, these two. So Glacier got 2 laps into their stint, whereas Sim Race Academy actually 5 laps into their stint. So they're nearly at the end of their stint here in this one. So they're working their way through, but they'll want to try and put the pressure on, and you really want to try and get ahead of Glacier Racing, because if you've got a bit of a pit stop sequence difference, you want to get ahead of them and try and get as much of a gap on them here, Tom, because then when it comes to you making your final pit stop and all panning out, you've got less of a difference between the two of them.
Exactly. They're on different strategies at the moment, but eventually they all have to finish the race. So all these little creases and abnormalities are going to iron out. It'll be all even come the end. So you might as well get past them now and open up a little bit of a gap and potentially not have to pass them again later. Another TCR car. That one's come back across the road a little bit, unfortunately. The second of these cars, the red one, gonna have to try and go all the way around. He then cuts back to the inside. That's cost him a little bit of a 10th, and Simon won't be too happy. He's got to now do all the hard work, get back onto the Glacier Racing GreenHELL team once again. That gap is almost a second now. Yeah,
the TCR car giving a little flash of the lights as well. He wasn't happy. I don't think the Sim Racing Academy red car was happy either, but they both lived to see another day, that's for sure. By the way, fiercely forward, the 234 and the 89 of Swiss German Sim Racing are officially out of the race. NJB Performance Green, they're on pit road and have been there for almost 12 minutes, so their race is pretty much done. You've got 3 cars who have had big pit stops. Fisher Motorsport Porsche Jr. without team and the WERC Works car. They, all 3 of them, are in 50th, 51st and 52nd, so they're the final 3 cars. They've all had significant pit stops, but they are back out there and running, which, Lorenzo, that's part of the battle and part of the beauty of racing here at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, it's the thing you really want to try to get as most experience as you can possibly get into a track like this. Not often you're going to get races in the Nordschleife with this kind of format. It usually happens from, let's say, at least once a month. And you don't see multi-class section unless it is in other leagues. So you want to get as most experience you can possibly get of driving around this track, trying to work yourself, navigate through traffic. And it's a unique experience. Few tracks in the world provide you this full-on endurance and long lap experience that the Nordschleife actually provides to you, as we're still looking at this P3 P2 battle in the SP9 class between the Sim Racing Academy Red and also the Glacier Racing GreenHELL.
As they're going up and over the top of the hill, heading towards the latter portion of the Nordschleife, up over that jump. Of course, it was Jackie Stewart who famously coined the phrase the GreenHELL, and he campaigned for years to stop them racing here and to improve the safety of circuits. And you've got to thank Jackie Stewart for actually being one of those real icons and real forward-thinking people who really pushed for safety in motorsport, because at the time you had a 2 in 5th chance of not finishing a race and not living to see the end of a season in Formula 1 back in the 60s. So you really were driving bombs on wheels, effectively, with the sitting in between the fuel tanks. By the way, Adrenaline E-Mode Sport race leaders onto pit road. So they are the latest. That's the latest pit stop for them. Expect to get a full service for them. And out of that one now, Glacier, which we saw in second place, they're battling away with Sim Racing Academy Red, and in fact Sim Racing Academy Red have used the slipstream and have got ahead of the number 11 there, Tom.
Yeah, it was the textbook Nürburgring move, really, wasn't it? They just kind of got the slipstream, got the overspeed, get in front, and then you can break into the final little complex without having a car alongside. It's exactly how you want to do it, because it means that you get an unimpeded run towards the start-finish straight, so all going well, you won't come under threat into turn one, and I don't think they are. So for these guys, it's now a case of trying to get away the classic, make sure that next time you come down that huge straightaway, you're not the one giving away a slipstream. And there, Adrenaline Motorsport, Michael Basuk behind the wheel, comes back out, and he's not going to be P1 as that light in his window suggests anymore.
He's not going to be P1, but it's a really close to that battle for second place. And I think that Adrenaline, with their strategy here, Lorenzo, I think they may be actually onto winning call here. Taking that short pit stop early on in the race. I mean, they're only... the times have sort of equalised now. They're only 11 seconds behind second place Glacier Racing, who they were battling for the race lead at the start.
Yeah, that's a really good pit stop from Adrenaline, and you pretty much hit the nail on the head. Just slowly positioning themselves into that prime position of maybe taking the victory or being the front runner to take the victory out on this race, on this 4-hour race at the Nordschleife. So it's again too early. I'm gonna say it's a little bit too early to call. I really want to see when it comes down to the final hour, see who's possibly gonna get that advantage. But the Adrenaline, the number one car, not the number one car, but the first car they have out of the SP9 class, number 20, putting themselves, the Basush brothers, getting the prime position of winning this race.
Got a great battle here in your SP7 class. That's Birthday Cake Racing, Raceline Sim Sport, and also WS Racing eSport Purple. Now they're all on different pit cycles. So Raceline Sim Sport have only got 1 lap on the stint. Birthday Cake Racing 2 laps on the stint, and WS Racing eSport Purple 3 laps on their stint. So different strategies panning out right here on track. And it's great to see how these guys are all racing so close together right now, Tom.
It's perfect. They've all caught each other up. Birthday Cake at the current lead of this group, not looking quite so quick, but they don't have to get out of the way. This is 4th position, so unless the other guys can find a way through, they're losing time. That's perfect for Birthday Cake because they're not losing any time. As a result, their strategy just becomes a little bit better. You'll take the racing line, you can see the 153 pulls to the inside. Birthday Cake's not going to defend it, it's not worth losing time, but they just didn't have to defend it. Their strategy's working out different. They'll hope that they catch these guys at the end of the race, and now it's about Max Kessler trying to do the exact same thing to the guy ahead of him, making sure that his strategy isn't compromised by a potentially slower car.
And actually, I could have more of a funny intake. Just, I think on Callow's mindset over here, just let both drivers go by. They're probably racing hard. They want to race hard. There's the Ava Vervatic GT4 right ahead of him, or that's that's the German Sim Racing GT4 right ahead of him on the exit of Carousel. And he probably thought, no, just let them race hard. Probably they're gonna get into an incident. I might get away with it. You know, 2 free positions. They'll have to break a sweat and have a kick at the end of the race.
Look at how much time that WS Racing lost just through the carousel alone because of getting caught up with GT4 traffic between themselves and Raceline Sim Sports.
It's insane.
So that just
That's
goes to show.
you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, good grief. I mean, how many times have we called races, Lorenzo, around this track and just seen the race change on the turn of a hat?
Yeah, it's again traffic, and I think Nordschleife is probably the only track, I probably know that you can lose so much time just by one turn. Of course, you can go for a hairpin like that in any other track of the world. Oh, you might lose you're gonna lose a few tenths of a second. Oh, maybe half a second, 7/10 of a second, depending on the circumstances. But only Nordschleife has so much difference of speeds of one another that can provide you so much time loss just by one corner alone, and can shift the whole dynamic of a race. It's only Nordschleife who can provide you that kind of unpredictability of a race.
We did see this gap just extend a little bit between Boosted Motorsport and T3 Esports Delta a little bit earlier on in the race here, in this stint, should I say, Tom. But T3 Esports, Oliver Ackerman, has been able to close that gap back up a bit, and he's almost got the tow hook out there and he's going along for a ride here.
Yeah, he put the magnets on, as they say. He's managed to close all the way in, and now he's got the same task as he gave himself at the beginning of the stint. How do you get by Alex Neller? Because he's not slow, and he's not stupid either. He knows where to position the car to stop the move. There, for example, Alex Neller, although he's ended up holding up that Porsche, he'll get a slightly nicer run of it because he won't have to lift to let it through. He's not had his line obscured, so there's a couple tenths. And it wasn't a couple tenths in holding up the Porsche that you can get protested for. It was right on that line, the line that Michael Schumacher, of course, ran so often. The line where, well, it's not against the rules, it's just not necessarily in the spirit of them. Gains him a tenth. Immediately, Oliver Ackerman is all about closing it back down again on the limit, running the curbs. And he'll get close to the back, but he's got to find a way through, and it's far easier to say that than it is to actually complete it.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's difficult to race around here, race closely as well around this track. It really is. I think we've actually had an instant for Ava Vivatic out there on track. I saw them just suddenly end up back in the pit lane. Let's see what's happened here for Ava Vivatic. So we just saw the TCRs going through this section. Oh, no. That's a wall. And is he going to introduce his car to another wall? No, he's going to park it off the track and then take the tow back to the pits. So that's what's happened to the Ava Vivatic 105 to send them back to the pit lane here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and unfortunately for that Ava Vivatic car specifically, not having the best second half of the race, you know, just at the very early end of the first half, just getting into troubles also with the wall as well. And now at this portion of the race, now getting into issues once again. And you can see the T3 car just doesn't want to have any aggressiveness, doesn't want to go for it, doesn't want to go for any moves whatsoever, just playing the fuel strategy over here with the about 1 hour and 35 minutes to go into this race, just trying to play coy. And you know, that chess game with the TCR, I think between these two will be vital to see who's going to come out on top at the end of the race
as they head on down to turn 1. By the way, the fallout from that instant between the Simsa and Swiss German sim racing team hasn't finished, by the way, because Race Control have had another line to the decisions sheet, and they actually said that there was a warning for the number 89 as well, because they were bump drafting the length of the Dottinger Höhe, and it was also after initial contact through the mini carousel, in which the 89 failed to slow in time for lap cars in front, and this action is overly aggressive and unwarranted. So a warning for the 89. I mean, they're retired, so they'll have to just take that warning into advice there. As Sim Racing Academy Red onto pit road, so now Glacier are back to the head of your standings, so back to lead for the 64, but Adrenaline, they're only 10.6 behind in that battle, as we've still got battling for 5th place between Adrenaline and iLiveries, and in fact Adrenaline have made it back past here, Tom, down the Dottinger Höhe.
Exactly. They're the wrong way around for the numbers in the top left, aren't they? The number 6 position is in fact ahead of what was formerly 5th position. He's going to have another look back though as the Isle of Rouge driver. Clink Hammer is not available, it's all been covered off, so he pulls back to the racing line. He'll look for the cutback through the Mercedes-Benz arena. This Mercedes-Benz arena is perfectly set up because you'll notice you'll now get a slightly better line into the long left-hander. Not able to turn that into a good exit, however. Now he's looking towards later parts of the lap. Again, goes a little bit deeper, takes it in for the late apex, doesn't make itself available, runs a lot of curb and doesn't get the car pivoted actually, so the gap will just extend a little bit as they run towards the cut through.
Do have a little bit of lap traffic with a TCR car that they've caught up there, but that TCR's got to get out the way there, the 305. They don't want to compromise themselves to Marshmallow Racing, but at the same point they know that these two are battling away as well. So good driving from that Marshmallow team to be able to get out the way effectively and be able to keep them two together. So in fact, I can tell you that the lead battle is actually closed up by 0.6 of a second. So Adrenaline E-Motorsport right now have got the bit between the teeth. They are pushing on throughout this particular race. You can see the class leaders at the top of your screen. Glacier Racing, GreenHELL, they are the overall leaders. Sim Racing Academy Black are still your race-leading SP7 category, which is incredible considering the damage that's on the front of that car. They're still in the lead here, Lorenzo. Oh, I just heard a car. I just heard a car crash.
Yeah, I think I saw that as well. We're gonna have to take a quick look at it. But talking about the Sim Racing Academy Black, I just want to mention one thing. In comparison to the whole rest of the field, they're just 2 seconds faster than everybody else. Just 2 seconds.
Was it
casually 2 seconds?
Was it that TCR that they've just overtaken? Which is that TCR they've just overtaken, by the way? I can't see.
I'm gonna take a quick look.
Onto the Dottinger Hoa right now, so they're. I can't see which TCR it was that they.
That's a 333 of Simon Scott and Revolution Sim Racing Red.
I'm sure I heard something. Well, they're still going, and they're going at speed. So I definitely heard a noise though, like a car hitting.
Yeah,
the
they
wall.
crashed into the wall. They crashed into the wall at Schweibenschwanz.
Hey, my spidey senses are working. That's for sure.
Nicely done, Paul Smith.
So that was them getting overtaken and lapped there. Let's go back a little bit further. 333, here we go. So this is a little bit earlier, so they get overtaken there by these two in the GT4s. Those, of course, being the two that are battling away for second place still. Oh, they get on the grass. Yep, get on the grass. And that's not going to help matters for themselves there, so hardly ideal approach to that corner, and they end up saying hello to it, and away they go. So they're still racing out there. No significant damage to that car, it appears, but it's not ideal. You don't want to be taking that, as actually Sim Racing Academy Black are onto pit road from the lead of your SP7 category. So you can see the Rugs gallery out there of damaged cars that are on pit road at the moment. The 12th place NJB Performance Green car, and also one of the Porsches, the Ava Vivatic Uri car. So the Sim Racing Academy car comes out in 3rd place, just ahead of one of your SP10 category cars. So they're going to be only about 8-9 seconds off of the leading SP7 category car here, Tom. So considering that they had to get an early fast repair, an early free repair, and now are still carrying considerable damage to the front after being involved in another incident, doing a really good job out there in the 111.
He's doing an outstanding job. I mean, look at the car. It's not exactly in factory spec. Both wheels are visible. You know, there's damage on both sides on the front of that car, and yet they're still hauling it around quicker than anybody else, and they're going to be fighting for the lead by the end of this stint, I reckon, potentially within a couple of laps.
Well, they've certainly had the pace in that car. We'll have to see how they go in all of that. Thank you, Lorenzo. I was just about to mention the live time which is available. timey71.org/s/greenhell. Make sure you check that out and see how your favourites are getting on in this race. And we're going back to this battle for the lead of TCR because right now, Lorenzo, T3 Sports Delta, we're getting closer and closer to that pit stop window. We saw them go about an hour 35, hour 40 in the first stint. So we've still got about half an hour to go in the stint here for these TCRs.
Yeah, looking at it, they're about 6 laps into their stint. They're just about to be overtaken by the race leader. That's not the. That's eventually going to be the race leader in the number 20 car in Michael Basuch as he goes by nice and easy into Schweibenschwanz into one of the cars. That's the T3, and they're going to the second carousel into the Klein carousel. And nice work out of it. Now I had to back off a little bit out of the race leader. But yeah, it's again 6 laps. They're going to be doing about 5 for 5 laps and a half. So again, it's going to come down to the final pit stop of the TCR to see who's going to be coming out on top and who might have the fuel advantage, who might be needing last fuel into the fuel stint to see who's going to be coming out on top for a relatively early portion of the final hour.
So we're heading down the Dottinger Hohe once again. We've got more traffic going past them. So that's the Revolution Sim Racing blue car going past. On the rev limiter, Oliver Ackerman, well, he's just under the rev limiter. And the thing is, he's just lifting off the throttle slightly. He's playing this so that he just sits right on the rear bumper of that Boosted Motorsports car. I know that plenty of the Boosted team like to watch support their teammates here, and David Van Broek is one of them who's in the chat at the moment. And yes, at the moment, Oliver Ackerman has done the entire race so far on his own here, and I don't think he's got any teammate to work with here, has he? Unfortunately, I can't see the entry in the sim to see who is actually, if anybody is sat there waiting to come in there into that car. Then Lorenzo,
I'm just taking a quick look over here from Neller and also the other team to see if there's anybody actually got to come into that car. I think it's gonna be just the duo of Neller Simmers. There's John Roberts in the Boosted, but I think Roberts might be that final engineer or spotter. Let me look into the T3 side. Is only Ledvig and Ackerman, so a German team just trying to take their chances as they're still going in strong. But from the looks of it, majority of the teams are going with 2 driver lineup instead of a 3 driver lineup.
now I do know Boosted Motorsport. John Roberts, he's is somebody who really enjoys this venue, really enjoys going around the Nordschleife, and I've competed in many races in touring cars against John around here, and he is a very competent driver around here, in my opinion. Might not have the out-and-out pace of Simmons and of Neller, but he's really, really good and really solid around this circuit. So John, if he needs to, would be a valuable asset to the team. But he's probably there, as you mentioned, working in a engineer capacity, working with the drivers there. Things have all sort of spread out a little bit here in this field right now. Everything's finally really sort of calming down in the race here, Tom, but still the battle for 5th place overall is about a second between the two of them. That's pretty much, other than the TCR, the closest battle out there on field.
Yeah, like you say, it's reaching this kind of lull, and we'll probably sit in this for a wee while, and then we'll get towards the final part of the race where everyone's thinking, oh, hang on, I need to get a move on here. I've only got 45 minutes left, so we'll soon get to that. But it gives me a chance to talk about something which we do our research, we prepare ourselves for this, and when I was doing mine, or is it never mind, the 72 cars in the wall.
Oh,
the NJB Performance Red, Sven Bever, that's not his first incident, and that looks like quite a heavy impact. We'll see when he turns around, but The bodywork is looking, well, if intact is what you want, it's looking very tacked, isn't it? It's not looking great for the Never Performance guys.
Not again.
NJB have had an absolute nightmare for both of their cars here today. We'll see what happens. So he's fine there. Coming around, Sven into the right-hander. Left-hander, you want to just use the curb on the right there. The car's moving about quite a bit, but seems to be fine there. Through the right, running out wide a little bit. Brake through the downhill left-hander. You can run wide there. Oh, he's gone onto the grass. That's what's caused it. He's gone onto the grass, into the wall. Oh, almost up and over, in fact, there. So Sven, he's actually taken a tour back to the pit lane, so he is done.
Yeah, it's not just that also, Paul. He clipped the curb on the exit a little bit. That's what made him go to the grass and lose completely the grip as he goes down into Brüchen, and made the car just slam hard onto the outside barriers of Brüchen.
Pit stop for the iLivery's number 42 car. I wonder if they know the meaning of life, the universe and everything, with it being number 42. But they'll be getting away very shortly indeed. And so as we get ready, I think they might actually have a penalty.
I don't see any penalties being handed out.
No, but I'm thinking speeding into pit road potentially.
Ah, good. There's a possibility. I thought Coma actually did that.
Possibly getting some repairs here actually, because they are a minute 36 on the road. Now they pull away, so minute 37 on the box there for them.
Yeah, that's probably a little bit of optionals that those optionals can help a little bit of performance out of the car. If it is about, let's just say, if it is anything between 10 seconds tops on the car of optionals, you don't have the obligation to take those optionals. They're optionals, but it will help the performance. It won't help the performance of the car way too much. If it is anything about 20 to 30 seconds, then you might be thinking, all right, maybe let's take some chunk out of it. We might, if we're battling for positions though, or even the lead of the race, it's not worth it. It might not be worth it. But if you're trying to get as most experience, I think that is one thing you should really do. And now let me pose you a question, Paul. You've driven this track so many times. Do you know what's your best lap around the TCRs?
My best lap is the lap where I don't crash. My history around this track is very much love and hate. I love doing laps around here. However, I hate when I make mistakes. It's so easily to make a mistake around here. By the way, Ava Vivatic, Bastian, the 220, have had an instant out on the Grand Prix loop. And have they gone and looped it? Let's find out as they go around the right-hander. Out onto the gravel. Oh, and there it goes. Around it goes. Almost. Oh, yeah, 360 no-scope. That'll do. It worked out eventually. Yeah. But away they go. Now, we are going to focus on Zenith Esports and Slow and Confused, because we've got a battle for the lead of SP7, and if we get it right, if we catch the cameras right, in the background you may see third place as well, because Sim Racing Academy Black are closing up to the back of these two cars. So Tom, the battle is on for SP7 lead.
They've all come together, like we stated. The Sim Racing Academy Black guys, quickest on track, so it's inevitable they're going to close up, but also Slow and Confused being quicker and probably less confused than Zenith Esports, because Zenith Esports, suddenly, they don't seem to have the pace despite leading their field. At the moment, they're a long way away from having to defend. The gap's still 7-8 tenths back to second place with Artuis Condelis at the wheel. So they're at the moment just thinking, well, how long can I hold them off? Will I be able to get another run at the long straight without having to cover off the inside? Or is it going to be defense, defense, defense by the time that we reach that part of the lap?
Me personally, I don't fight this too hard. I think about the long game. I think about getting yourself a good position at the end, and also keeping yourself out of trouble, because we're almost at the 3-hour mark of this 4-hour race. One thing that Slow and Confused will see is in their mirrors that Sim Racing Academy black car getting bigger and bigger, and they could almost be in the same position of, don't get involved in anything silly, don't do anything stupid. They're clearly faster, they're on a different pit strategy. Get the best result that you can, and it's all about picking and choosing your fights in endurance racing, isn't it, Lorenzo?
Absolutely. You really want to be smart in endurance racing. The one thing I really, I'm saying this as a driver, I'm gonna say this out of experience. I've been driving 24 of Le Mans and Nürburgring and so many other events. The one thing you really don't want to be doing is overdriving yourself. If you really think you don't have the pace enough to try to beat someone into a one-on-one battle for position, especially in these later stages of the race, what's the point? If you have a decent result, just try to get the car all the way to the end of the race, especially in a track like this where ending a race is already a victory alone. So if you really want to go for a move that could be risky but have a higher payout at the end of the day and over battle yourself, well, go right ahead. But I don't think that is a smart choice. Now also Arturo needs to make the smart decision, because Dennis is coming in quick. Gap is already less. I'm gonna say not less than a second, but already shortened by a whole second.
So heading up the hill now. The big climb towards the carousel, and those two using the slipstream. The Slow and Confused car getting closer and closer. I think Slow and Confused would like to at least have a lap lead in the books. I think they'd like to have that themselves. Oh, now. I just saw on my timing screen that we lost the Goranson Bill Spot car, but they're back on my timing screen, so I think just a connection issue for them out there. As we're heading into the carousel now. Onto the brakes. Into the carousel. Look, there's third place coming into the carousel. Look at how much more speed they carry into the carousel as well. This is going to get very interesting very quick here, because Dennis is catching them rather quickly here, Tom.
Yes, he's got that gap down. Remember, it was 8 seconds? It's now 2. 2.3 to the front of this group, 2 until he's on the back of it. That's not very much at all, given the pace at which he's lapping. Come the end of the lap, he might be there. We're looking at a move into turn 1 potentially. It'll definitely get feisty down the long straightaway. A double draft, maybe not what he's looking to do, given how much damage that car already has and how much they've had to fight to get back up to the front. But a move might be available on the Grand Prix part of the lap, as they all just smooth their way through. And up ahead, those two cars, particularly for Artuus, you'll just be seeing the Sim Racing Academy black car getting bigger and bigger in the mirrors. And if that's not applying pressure, then I don't know what is.
Well, as they head up over the hill, a little downhill, up over a jump here, so touch your brakes before the jump, and then after the jump, get it turned into the right-hander. Up over the rise, the car wants to go light over this left-hander, like that there, through the Beloff S, of course named after the previous lap record holder, Stefan Beloff. Onto the brakes. Right, you can carry much more speed than you imagine through that right-hander. Left, you need to just slow it down a bit. You can use the curb on the outside. Don't touch the curb on the inside of the Kleiner carousel. Lorenzo, what are you seeing there?
No, I'm just seeing the gap coming down so quickly. It looks like a great white shark just coming for the fish, just to prey on the fish.
Yeah, get the Jaws theme playing as he just closes in. It seems somewhat inevitable, doesn't it?
Well, here he is. Now, this is where he will be affected on down the Dottinger Hoe with that damage to the front of his car. And you can see that gap is just increasing, or it's staying stabilised, should I say. Now it's just started to come down a little bit. They've got lap traffic ahead of the two in front. So they're going to move around the core sim racing SP10 car. Down into Tiergarten once again. Slow and confused. They've managed to get past. But that GT4 car actually helped the 177 Zenith Esports car stay ahead of the slow and confused car there, Tom.
He did. He gave him a little bit of a tow as they just closed up, and that was all that he needed to hold onto the position. And it's actually done Dennis Aris Fabry in the Sim Racing Academy black car a little bit of harm, because he had to follow it through the ending of the lap, and now he's not quite as close as he would have liked as the 119 looks to the inside. Not quite laid enough on the brakes to try it, and now it is very much a three-way scat for the lead of the class.
Oh, looking to the inside already. He's not waiting. Is Dennis. Dennis squeezing the car out the way. Thank you very much. I'm coming through right now. So the 111, the Sim Racing Academy Black, different pit strategy, don't forget, compared to the Zenith car and the Slow and Confused car. So those cars are on older tyres right now. They've only got one more pit stop to go. In fact, the Sim Racing Academy Black car has got one more pit stop to go as well. If he gets ahead of these two cars and pulls away a little bit of a gap, he'll have covered them nicely here. Down the inside, that's brave into the right-hander there, and he's done! No contact between the two of them.
It's again sketchy, very sketchy move. Again, this time I know Fabry really want to go for the dive, try to go for the outside part of the line. I think he thought it was clear, nice and clear. I think on the spotter, but right on the exit of the lane, there's one Zenith Esports car, and that car is toasted on the front end.
Well, we'll have a look back at this one then, see what happened. So, I just don't think that moves on, especially into that corner. He's throwing it down the inside, and then he's just going to drift the car wide. They're always going to make contact there because he's squeezed the Zenith car off the track there. I would imagine that Race Control are going to take a very dim view of that. We'll have enough a look from on board the Zenith car and see what happened here. I don't know what your feelings are, Tom, but I would imagine that the 111 may have a penalty heading their way.
For the 111, it seems like they're trying to be opportunistic. There's that GT4 traffic. Oh, it's even more painful when you see the onboard. The GT4 traffic up ahead, and I think he was anticipating that would get in the way a little bit of his rival, slow them down a bit more so that they were ahead exiting the corner. What actually happened is neither of them got past the GT4 traffic, so they were always alongside, going for the same piece of tarmac, and well, then we all know how it ended.
Well, what we can tell you was that Slow and Confused are back in front of the Sim Racing Academy Black car because of that incident, and they're now actually in the lead of this race, so find themselves to the head of the field of that particular class. By the way, Glacier Racing GreenHELL, they're onto pit road as well with an hour and 10 remaining. They're going to have to do a splash and dash at the end of this race, along with Revolution Sim Racing Blue. So second and third place now. Glacier were your leaders. So Adrenaline E-Motorsport taking that early pit stop, that short early pit stop, means that they are only going to have to take one more pit stop, and it doesn't even have to be a full stop either, by the looks of things here, Lorenzo.
No, it doesn't. And by the way, Paul, really quickly, remember when we talked about pick your battles?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when I said that sometimes it's a smart thing not to overdrive yourself?
Oh, yes.
I think someone has listened to my advice, so to say.
Now, here's something interesting, that whilst all that was going on, Boosted were 4.5 seconds last lap slower than T3 Spot Delta, and they're now 5.5 seconds behind the race leading TCR. Are they having to do some extreme fuel saving here? But they were 4 seconds slower on the last lap, so something has happened to them out there in this last couple of laps or so.
I'm gonna take a quick look
odd.
over here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the car. There's no immediate kind of evidence of a collision with a wall or damage, so maybe it was a mistake. It could just be all lost in one corner where they made a mistake, drifted a bit wide, got their wheel on the grass and managed to save it. Or like you say, we could have been talking fuel saving, but they've not come into the pit, so it's not fuel saving. Is it potentially just the tyres drifting away from them? Could it be that sudden? And they know that if they stop now, they'll lose even more time by having to make an additional stop?
Just remember, well, no, they won't need to make another stop because they can last an hour and 35 hour and 40.
Yeah.
There will be due a pit stop in the next lap or two, will the TCRs, so they will be owing as a pit stop. But right now,
foundation, they actually
he
had
a spin.
Been in a crash. Sorry, Paul. Yeah.
Okay, and John Roberts even confirming it in the chat that he may have had a wee spin. So there you go. So Alex Nella just finding the wrong side of the track, and that means that he is further behind in second place, 6 seconds off of the pace now. 6 seconds off of the lead, should I say? But yeah, definitely. Keep an eye on what's going on here. Now, Lorenzo, I will say something. Typing in the name of a corner name at the Nürburgring makes it pretty difficult to be able to find on our timing software.
Right. I'm going to say, right after Kallenhar, which is that downhill right-hander, you know
yes, because there isn't more than one downhill right-hander on this track.
Hold on, let me defend myself.
The voice is getting higher.
It's the dual right-hander, and then there's the right-hand king before the downhill left-hander, the heartbreaking left one.
Oh, I'm liking this. Oh, TCR getting into your leading SP7 car, and that's allowing Sim Racing Academy Black onto the back of Slow and Confused. So, well, let's hope that Sim Racing Academy Black don't end up having any more dramas with a leader of the class, like they did at the start of this lap. We'll go on board with them and see how they do. I have a funny feeling that Slow and Confused may think, do you know what, let's think the bigger picture here and just, away you go on by. I mean, because Zenith, I'm looking at their timing, they're 16 seconds behind these two right now. So that really affected them, Tom, with that contact.
Yeah, it did really affect them, and in terms of the Sim Racing Black guys, this is going to be one of two scenarios. Dennis is either thinking, well, hang on, I made a bit of a mistake there, let's make sure it doesn't happen again, or he's thinking, oh, I'm not in the lead of the clash yet, push, and we're going to see some fireworks going off. So there's no way he's somewhere in the middle of this. He knows that there was an incident, and he either views it as avoidable from his perspective or the other car coming into him. That then completely changes your mindset, it changes your emotions, and to be honest, whilst you can try and get that out of your driving, it's very, very hard to do so. And we'll be able to tell exactly what mindset he's in based on whether it's an aggressive move or a nice little polite one to the inside.
Well, here we go then, through the Tiergarten once again, towards the end of the lap now, and Slow and Confused will be officially counted as leading a lap in class as they come across the line there, so they get a lap led for them. Nice little personal little achievement as they're coming deep on the brakes. Sim Racing Academy Black. Now, it could be thinking another way as well for Dennis. He might be thinking, we may be getting a penalty here. I need to get past and try and pull away as much time as possible here, Lorenzo, before any penalty does come down on them.
Yeah, I can sense the desperation on Aha's Fabri to actually make the move as they go into the loop, the inner loop off the GP track. So let's see if Fabri actually makes that move once again on Warsteiner Curva. But I think he learned the lesson of, you know, trying to be a little bit more patient. Yeah, he is a little bit more patient now on Warsteiner as they're gonna go into Edwin Bogan. But yeah, if there is such desperation, he needs to make that move now and try to clear as much gap as he can possibly clear. But the problem is, you can write so much on the draft of an SP7 car, of the 911 Cup. it's gonna be hard for him to actually break it, though. It will come down into, you know, just doing the things right and try to get as much apex entry and exit perfectly as he can possibly get.
We've got some pit stops, by the way, going on in your SP10 category. So Core Sim Racing Onyx, and also the Simsa Esports, who we race leading SP10. We've barely talked about them all race. We should really mention them at some point, because they've just been out on their own at the front of SP10, currently with a lead of 43 seconds. Yeah, that's right, 43 at the head of SP10. And yes, there's been a few pit stops going on there. Also in your TCR category, there's been some pit stops ongoing. So we're in that pit stop cycle for your SP10s and TCRs right now. And Tom, this is really now those last pit stops for those two categories. This is where it all pans out, and you see you've rolled the dice. What are you scoring?
Exactly. Suddenly the mindset changes. You know, you've had your endurance race, the early part where it's all about strategy. Can you make one less pit stop, go an extra lap here, so you should do one less lap on a different stint. All that sort of stuff is played out. Now you're either ahead or you're behind, and it's a sprint to the finish. You are essentially now running kind of a sub race. You've done all the strategy, you're into the sprint race part. If somebody overtakes you, they have overtaken you. You need to overtake them back, and you need to do it on track as they're slow and confused into the wall. Somehow they've not lost the place, but there'll be huge damage on that car. I'll be incredibly surprised if that can still run at race pace. TCR still not getting out the way. It eventually pulls to the side. That allows the Academy black car down through into the class lead. However, immediately, yeah, that car's crabbing. That car is not healthy from slow and confused.
Jesus.
We'll see a replay of this. We'll get another rerun chance to try and assess what's happened here.
For me, he needs to hold back, does Arturus. You cannot go around the outside into Adenauer Forest out of compression. It's just impossible, because both cars will just naturally push wide. He's trying to go around the outside. You're offline. Oh, there's contact. The car's still there. The TCR car is still there. And then the TCR car is going to try and get out the way by going tight, which the Porsche is wanting to go into that spot, and that is what loses them that position. But as you say, steering doesn't look too bad.
But there's the suspension damage. You can see the car just getting a little bit offset, but it isn't something that you're gonna be having a lot of trouble controlling. You can see more of the straight line section, especially with the bumps. Yeah, there is a little bit of counter steering, especially now.
Yeah, you can see that there through the louder links into Bergwerk. So, heartbreak for Slow and Confused, and I think maybe just a little bit of impatience there, trying to go around the outside of the TCR, Lorenzo.
I think so. You know, I understood what Arturo was trying to do. You're trying to get yourself a little bit of a toe. You're trying to break the toe and have one car length in between the Audi, in between the Porsche 911 Cup cars, having that Audi RS3 in between at Adenauer Forest. So I understand where he's going with it, but you said it. Making that move on the outside of Adenauer is just asking to get killed, and that's what happened. And luckily for him, I can see a little bit of a silver lining. One bit of a silver lining. If he makes it back to the pits, if he has that fast repair, he can make that pit stop right now. He might have to make a little bit of a splash and dash at the end. But if he goes right now, he would be good to the end. There's a good chance. He's on 7 laps of stint, so there's a good chance. The damage isn't too great.
It's getting it back to the pits through the trickiest part of the track, which is going to be the interesting part of it. He's already 5.6 seconds behind right now, is Arturus Kundelis, having to work his way through, so he's losing time hand over fist. By the way, Ava Vivatic Dirk and Raceline Sim Sports, they owe us a pit stop, so these two both owe a pit stop to the end. And these two are battling out for 4th and 5th place at the moment in your SP7. So a couple of there was a close battle for the lead of SP7, not anymore. TCR, leading TCRs are on pit road right now, and pulling away there is Oliver Ackerman. So he's staying in the car for the full race, and he's going to see out this final stint. And John Roberts is jumping into that boosted car.
He's got some work to do. He's got a gap to close, but although we're talking about this as if it's a run to the end, which it is, it's not a short run to the end. It's not like a 20-minute race or something. They've still got an hour to try and close that gap up, so John's got a reasonable chance at the race victory here.
Currently out on track, there are 47 cars circulating. As looking at the retirements here, we have lost NJB Performance Red, Ava Vivactic Yuri. The WERC Verks car is still sat on pit road, but they're not coming out for quite a while. They've been sat there for a long time. Fisher Mudsport Porsche Jr. out. NJB Performance Green, a nightmare for the NJB Performance team, out of the race. Swiss German Sim Racing, Fiesler Forward GT Team, Fiso Endurance, T3 Esports Alpha, Artifact Slow Pony, and Laps Racing Team all out of this race. As I say, 47 cars still circulating out there on track at the moment for you here in this race in the Winter GreenHELL Championship, round 1 of the championship. And in fact, let's give you a little bit of a rundown of your standings as they are right now. Your race leader, Adrenaline E Motorsport, they owe us a pit stop right now, and they are currently 31 seconds ahead of Sim Racing Academy Red, who again owe us a pit stop. Glacier Racing GreenHELL, we feel, are out there to the end now, we feel. So keep an eye on them, although it'll be close for them. They may have to do a spot and dash. Revolution Sim Racing Blue ahead of Adrenaline E Motorsport 2, with iLivery's VIB Sports Yellow Coma Motorsport, and then Full Send in 8th place. Lorenzo, SP7.
So SP7 is still Sim Racing Academy Black in the lead, but that penalty is still looming large. I really want to see if Race Control is going to hand that something down. That 1-1-1-1-1. Slow and Confused is in P2, but there's an investigation pending with that movement on the 383 out of the Dentsu Sim Racing Black on out and out force as it just comes out in the pit lane. So losing P2 now to Race Line, and Zenith Esport is in 4th. Avery Vervatic is in 5th. Goransson Bill Sport is in 6th. WS Racing Esports Purple in 7th. And then Backmarker, who just made a movement birthday cake on Carousel, getting P8 because Birthday actually overshot Carousel and nearly gone into the outside wall on Carousel, closing from battle to Benjamin Callow. But that's your top 8 on the SP7 class poll.
Tom, then, SP10.
SP10 with Simsa Esports GT4 at the front of this one. We've still not spoken too much about them. They're doing a fantastic job. 42.8 seconds clear of PND Racing. They've currently, and I say currently because they've been dueling for the whole race, they've currently got the edge on Core Sim Racing Onyx, but expect that to change at any moment. Only 5 seconds between those guys. And then you'll find Ava Robotic Bastion in 4th position. Team RSO, they were involved with that fight for 2nd position. They're currently down in 5th, 1 minute and 1 second behind your class readers. But they're still ahead of T3 Esports Gamma in 6th. 7th is where you'll find Torque Freak Racing by Carrot. And then 8th, rounding out your top 8, ProDrive Esport VLN Team Red.
And then down to your TCR category. And it is T3 Esports Delta, now 12.6 seconds ahead of Boosted Motorsport. They were only 8 seconds ahead when they came out the pit, so something has happened to John Roberts out there in this race, in this particular lap. Revolution Sim Racing Purple third, ahead of Full Send, where both of the Full Send entries are the 387 Mikel Garcia and Fraser Smith in 5th place. 6th place then for Talk Freak Racing Avon Rise, with Marshmallow Racing in 7th place. And 8th place, XBD Racing Motorsports there for you in your TCR category. Now, Sim Racing Academy Red are on pit road. They have made a driver change as well. So Mario Uri into that car. That is their final pit stop being made right now. Adrenaline eMotorsport, your race leaders, they are due one more pit stop, and it will be a splash and dash. We've got 2 cars coming off a pit road together there, one of them being the birthday cake racing car. So they are heading out. Adrenaline eMotorsports, there's 21 onto pit road now. So plenty going on out there. What we will do right now, though, is give you a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. And it's on board the car that we haven't really talked about all race, as my graphics package has decided to crash there. So we will go on board with your race leading car in your SP10, and let's give you a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. So there we are then, our fan immersion, final fan immersion of the day, and it was with your race leading SP10 car of Simsa Esports. They've done a fantastic job out at the front of the field for them, and they are showing their class of the field because they are so far ahead, 43 seconds ahead. Now we have got a penalty that's come in, and it is for that incident involving the slow and confused and the Dentsu Sim Racing black car, the TCR, when there was the contact made into Adenauer Forest, and it is a penalty for the TCR car. The TCR must judge the entry speed at the bottom of the hill after the braking early to give Porsche space on the outside. Carries too much momentum on the entry into Adenauer Forest. Stop and go, 1 second. So there you go, stop and go penalty for the 383. Paul Smith alongside me is Lorenzo Bonda and Tom Davis. And Lorenzo, final hour of the race. Well, we're into the final 3/4 of an hour of race now. This has been a really good, enjoyable event so far. As once again, Lorenzo's microphone is muted.
Talking on the microphone, muted. Thank you. Yeah. First and foremost, English. We'll get it right eventually. First and foremost, leader into the pit lane as we speak. So Micah Basucci coming in for the final service. And secondly, it has been a very full, very enjoyable event. By the way, I've been loving this 4 hours we've been going through so far. Good battles all around the track, which is something I'll be very honest. I know the Nürburgring is probably the most extensive racetrack in the whole world, so we normally wouldn't see these kind of stuff. But Fabio Basucci taken from his brother in the number 20 car. So it has been a very pleasant race to watch thus far. Of course, a few incidents here and there, but it's the nature of Nordschleife. What race on Nordschleife wouldn't be called Nordschleife event without a few incidents, right?
Well, that's it. You're always going to get some form of incident happen in an event around the Nordschleife, and that's what we've unfortunately seen on occasion here today, as now the adrenaline car comes out of the pits. It's his father, by the way, not his brother. Thank you very much, Snow Channel, for the comment there, clarifying things for you. As out they come, they are 6.5 seconds, should I say, ahead of Glacier Racing. So interested to see how this one goes to the end, because Glacier, actually, we do expect them to make a splash and dash towards the end of the race here, so we're going to be denied battle for the lead overall. But Tom, what's really been standout for you throughout this race?
Well, I mean, firstly, the performance at the front of the GT4 class has been very impressive in the Simsa guys, but again, the GT4s, or the SP10s if you want to describe it that way, the whole way through that has been absolutely fantastic. The PND Core Racing Sim Onyx and the Team RSO guys battling early on, and then Vervatic Bastion's gotten involved. That whole fight has gone on for over 3 hours now, and it doesn't show any sign of stopping, so that's been the standout for me.
Well, Mikkel Garcia is putting the pressure on Konstantin Stolzenberg up the hill in the slipstream. We've got some traffic coming up behind them very shortly. These TCRs, the slipstream has a massive effect up this hill, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So full send up into third place, in towards Bravery Corner, and you do have to be brave. And that's your race leading SP7 car coming up to them as well, as they're going on. And well, we've seen Sim Racing Academy Black have been quite eager to get past people in their own class, let alone in other categories in this race. So through they go. So split that battle for third place in TCR. And there they go through past Full Send Racing. Mikkel Garcia behind the wheel for them as they go into the carousel. So change of position in your TCR category, and in your SP7, speaking of SP7, Goranson Billsport Jan Magnus Goransson, and they are battling with Raceline Sim Sports, should I say, Daniel Muth behind the wheel for them as they're heading on through down towards the bottom of the valley. And I do suggest, if you ever get the opportunity to come here, please do. It is a spectacular part of the world, beautiful scenery, and you've got happen to have a racetrack there as well, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I'm still working to get it into Sim Racing Expo in 2021 to see if I see my RaceSpot comrades at least once in a lifetime, and they have to put up with me a little bit in person. They have to put up with me digitally already. I kind of feel for them, but let me just say, it's two things I really wanted to bring up. It's a very beautiful track. I've never been into Germany properly. I've only done like airport connections in Frankfurt. That's the maximum I've been in Germany. But the second thing I really wanted to mention, Jan Magnus Goransson has been on that car since the start of the race. He's basically soloing the 4-hour event. I can solo 1 hour I can barely solo 1 hour in this track.
I mean, I will say that I have done 4-hour races on my own around this track. I have done that in the past.
I mean, it's doable, but it's still being competitive.
Oh no, competitive as well.
All right, fair game.
Yeah, it's just driving within yourself to a degree. Because of the nature of the track here, you have to drive a little bit within yourself and not push too hard. As a WS Racing Esports Purple onto pit road, so they'll be making their final pit stop. Although there's not a driver in the car. I wonder if they've had an accident. Let's find out, shall we? Let's go and have a look on replay. So they've come out to the pit lane.
Have they forgot? Hold up.
No, they've got fuel in the car. But then they take the tow back to the pits just after pitting. They're going to be sat there for over 8 minutes now.
Let me tell you something. I've covered a few races, not here on RaceSpot, but on the iRacing Brazil broadcast. Rubens Barrichello sometimes stopping his car because his wife told him to stop. His ex-wife now told him to stop racing and do something about it. So this wouldn't be the first thing I've seen. Like, yeah, possible hardware failure because he retired the car. Max Kessler will give room, I think, maybe to someone else because never mind. There is nobody else to take over the car. I think they're going to retire out of this race. But I've seen weird issues on this marvelous world of sim racing. So I'll take this with a pinch of salt. So go ahead. Great
little battle here. Full Send Racing making it ahead. Then Miguel Garcia up ahead of Revolution Sim Racing Purple. Looking to the inside, not making the move for the time being. This is your closest battle out there on track. By the way, there is an investigation ongoing for cars number 42 and 332 for blocking. So yes, there is an investigation ongoing, and Alex Nella in the chat wishing for these two to carry on battling because John Roberts just hasn't had the pace of Oliver Ackerman here, Tom, because he's now 23 seconds behind that T3 Esports Delta car. I did say that he didn't quite have the out-and-out pace of George Simmons and also Alex Nella, but he's still a really good, solid driver around this track.
Yeah, he's very solid. I'm just trying to spot where he's actually lost the time as such. It just seems to be a little bit everywhere is the issue. It's not like there's one particular sector or corner where he can push the brake in a bit more. He's being consistent, just consistently not quite quick enough to close in that gap.
Really quickly, just talking about Roberts, I was just quickly looking at his car. The Audi just decided to turn his hydraulics on in between Hudson Bach. Looking at my screen, it was a very scary moment.
There's also a little bit of damage on the front of the car as well. The bonnet's just slightly pushed in, so a little bit of damage. It won't be causing 4 seconds worth of speed loss, but it will have a slight effect on the car out there. So yeah, definitely got a chance. Still on for a good shout of second place though at the moment, because with 37.5 minutes remaining, still what, 20 seconds ahead of Full Send Racing. That's going to be close coming the end of the race here. Looking through your field as well, it's still Adrenaline, eMotorsport that are at the head of your field. 9 seconds is the gap right now over Glacier Racing, but as I said earlier, Tom, we do expect Glacier Racing to have to make a splash and dash out there. Which
means that Fabio in that Adrenaline eMotorsports car is in the perfect position. He's got the gap, it's relatively consistent to the cars behind, meaning that he's not pushing to extend it because he doesn't have to. And even more, say he was to make a mistake or get caught in traffic and get a little bit unfortunate, the Glacier Racing GreenHELL team, we think, have to make another stop. They have to come in. Now, it's not a full-length stop, but it's still lost time, and all of that just swings it even further to the way of the number 20 car, to the point where you've got to feel they are huge favourites to take the victory here this evening.
Yeah, the track is getting a little bit darker as we're heading in towards this one. As they're heading on through onto the Nordschleife. Como Motorsport onto pit road for their final pit stop here. So everything's just settled down now, and everyone's just, I think, half the battle now for them is to just make it to the end of the race without throwing it into the scenery here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, you will probably want to keep me out of the broadcast, but basically the race has kind of flatlined in terms of battles. So unfortunately for the majority of the drivers, still relatively good running field over here. About 47 cars. I expected, due to the nature of this track, to have much more instances and people out of this race. I thought it would be around about 40 cars still left or something like that. So seeing 47 cars, the whole majority of the field still running for me is just mind-boggling. Actually 46 because I forgot the WS. So still 46 cars running is still really cool to see.
By the way, it has just been confirmed no further action for that investigation between the 42 and the 332 because, as always, blue flags are informational only, they're advisory. So the TCR driver holds the racing line as expected, and there are opportunities for the GT3 car to get past without taking significant risk. And that's a good point to raise and to remind people about here. This isn't Formula 1, Tom, where you, as soon as you see a blue flag, you effectively have to just get off the gas, get out the way. In endurance racing, the blue flags are just to advise you there's somebody faster behind you.
Yeah, because in Formula 1 it's one class. Everybody on the track is in the same race as such. Here we got 4 races. Well, it's supposed to be one class.
There's a whole debate to be had about that.
We got Formula 1.5 with Williams. We got Formula 1 with most of them, Formula 0.5 with Merck. But in concept, they're one class. But here, there's 4 races. So if you blue flag, say, one of the TCR cars, that's going to massively compromise them if they have to physically get out of the way. So instead, it's you keep doing your race, we'll let you know there's somebody here so that you don't get unnecessarily taken out. You can leave space if you think that's the better option, but it is ultimately your choice as to how you want to drive your race, not the other person's race, because they're different things.
Well, that's it, you've got to... Oh, now. Densu Sim Racing, there's significant damage to the front of their car there. And this is up at Adnar Forest, is it? It looks like Adnar Forest.
It is. It looks like it.
Yes, it is. And we're about to see he's going to clip that curb. Oh no, everything's fine there. He's going to hit that curb. There you go. Oh, that's a heavy impact with the wall there. And good thinking, though, to be fair, from Christopher there to just get reversed out of the way of the traffic that was coming through here. We'll get another look at that, this time from on board. It's normally the curb on the left-hander here where you make the mistake. That one was fine, but it's this curb. You don't hit the outside curb here, because then all of a sudden you're a passenger.
Yeah, the left rear has become hooked, and then he's tried to slow the front end, realizing that, of course, something's going to go wrong. The left rear is not only hooked on the inside of the curb, it's on the grass, so the rear of the car slows less than the front, which begins to pivot. It can't release itself because it's hooked around the curb, and then you're inevitably going to have front meet back and eventually front meet wall.
I couldn't really put it any more succinct than that, but we have got a battle here. Lorenzo, Glacier now have got Revolution Sim Racing Blue coming up to the back of them. Now, we know about Glacier owning a pit stop. What about Revolution Sim Racing, though?
Same. Their same strategy.
Right. So, I mean, this is quite a close battle then when you look at it.
Yeah, I think what helped a little bit is that Team RSO SP10 car that was right ahead of Glacier that made him lose about half a second. Right after the carousel section, you can see there's a handful of SP10 cars as Kallenbach is actually just going to overtake on Brüchen the Ava Vervatic GT4. But it's been coming down slightly. Last lap for Kallenbach has been nearly a flat, basically a second quicker. So Kallenbach on the charge with 2 laps to go, roughly. Oh, never mind. There's Glacier getting basically blocked by the Ford GT4 right now, losing a lot of time.
Certainly are. And oh, Glacier now. They've just seen that gap come down to nothing, and there's nothing that they can do about it through this section. Now they can go to the right after the exit this right-hander. Now they want to make the move past the GT4, but the problem is they've got a TCR car there as well. The GT4 is still side by side. That's the Core Sim Racing car, and don't forget, Core Sim Racing are in 3rd place right now.
And oh Jesus! And the RS are nearly getting massively blocked on the plank carousel by Core not letting him go by one bit. So Mike Pelusia say, "No, you won't, Mr. Kallenbach." And now Kallenbach just getting the short straw, losing about a 1.5 seconds on the process, but has a little bit of a slipstream to get by.
We've got battling in TCR as well, because that battle for 3rd place is not over yet. So those two really are putting on a heck of a display. But it's that battle for 2nd place overall that we expect to go to the pits and then be that last dash to the end, which is going to be really intriguing to see. So we've got that. Top Freak Racing by Carrot, by the way, are pretty close to the T3 Sports Gamma car in 6th place in your SP10 category. So battling, all of a sudden, business is picking up here, Tom, and it's a case of where do you look?
Well, I mean, if I had 10 eyes, I'd be looking at all 10 fights, wouldn't I? It is very, very tricky to know where to look, because we're getting into the stage of the race where you have to make the move. You're racing these people for position now. The strategies are all ironing out. And ultimately, if you don't get past them, you're going to finish behind them. We've only got 30 minutes left. Even I could drive a car for 30 minutes, I reckon. So the TCR fight is very, very much on. The full send, guys. All the way up behind 332. A little bit of a touch in an unfortunate position, but they get away with it. And it's still Stallensberg that leads Garcia. Garcia now having a little bit of a ride up the curb. That'll give him the inside, and that might be game over. Never mind, he's going to keep coming all the way around. He hangs it out to dry. The clothes are no longer damp. On the inside of the curb, Garcia doesn't care. He's going to swoop all the way around, try and get better traction back down the hill once again. This battle's been going on for what would normally be half a lap, but is really unconsequential given the length of this one.
If you're the slow and confused car coming up to these, you'll be thinking, oh no, I really don't need two TCRs battling in front of me, but that's exactly what we're getting right now. Still side by side, and finally, Mikel Garcia in the full send car, getting ahead of the Revolution Sim Racing purple car. Here comes Slow and Confused past them. That's actually worked out for them right now. But great stuff between those two TCR drivers, and that one isn't done yet. And by the way, those two are now only 16.5 seconds off of second place John Roberts in that boosted motorsports car. So that battle isn't over yet. They could still get a potential second place out of this one. So brilliant stuff to watch here. And yeah, these drivers definitely giving us a good display. They'll sort themselves out and just wait patiently before any further moves. I would imagine it'll be out of Bergberg before the next opportunity comes for the RSR car. So come on down the hill, onto the brakes at the end of that curb there. You see on the right hand side, that's your brake marker. Into the left, you always understeer a little bit through there, and then hook it into the right hander there, because it's a steep incline up. You've got to be get on the power nice and early to carry the speed up that hill. Full send, are they going to be compromised? No, they're not, through the louder links. And now Bergberg onto the brakes, hook it in nice and light, get a nice light apex, carry the speed out the corner, because it's uphill all the way, and this TCR does struggle a little bit when it's on its own. And right now, on board with the full send racing car, you can see the Revolution Sim Racing purple car behind. We'll be getting the effect of that slipstream here, Lorenzo, and that's working hard. You're keeping an eye as well on a couple of battles that's further up in your field in your SP10 category, aren't you, Lorenzo? Because you've got a battle for third in that one, as well as a battle for sixth.
Yeah, I've been looking at a little bit by bit as the relative was coming out between Mike Paluche, Boston Salmon, and also Nils Lorenz, which is actually a little bit on the outside part. You can see I'm seeing over here on my view, on my pictures. So three-way battle for P3 in the SP10 class, also P6 just going by as Torfreak just made the move right before Aaron Burns door to door. Oh, that is nearly all gone wrong.
Yeah, a little bit of elbows out. It's not over yet, because Torfreak running wide out of Arnberg. And now down in towards compression. Be careful, the two of you. Oh, squeezing down into compression. Onto the brakes. Adnauer Forest right now, and Torfreak just getting in front, carrying a bit more speed into that corner. That compromises them. But crucially here, they are in front here, Tom.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's the case of, well, I don't need to exit the corner ahead of you. I just need to get to this part of track ahead of you, and you won't be able to get past me. The perfect block pass there. It gives them the position, but now we're going to have a slipstream battle once again as they come quickly through the left. We saw mistakes here early in the race. No such thing from these drivers as they curve back around and already trying to open up a little bit of a gap.
So we've got this battle for third place in your SP10 category as well. So, yeah, battling all the way through the field. By the way, iLivery's number 42, they're on pit road for their final pit stop, so they've made their stop now. So your SP9 10th place car is into and out of the pits. But 24 minutes remaining. And these battles are really heating up now, and this is what we've been waiting for. That's why the last hour, it's just been a little bit on the in a slow cooker, just waiting for things to kick off here, Lorenzo. But now, this is where the trigger gets pulled and people start pushing on.
Yeah, it's basically all gloves are out, and instead of an endurance race, this has become sort of a sprint race. So you're not going to rely on fuel strategy, you're not going to rely on tire strategy, you're just going to rely on skill alone and a little bit of sheer luck for you to get any spots and then try to break away with a good gap, as we're looking all these drivers close to one another. Half a second separates Palush to Salmon, and then 0.3 of a second separate Salmon to Lorenz. So each driver following each one closely, trying not giving any room of error. And you can see, I think Palush's car might be on the worst end because the tires on that BMW M4
we're looking at the
for
TCRs down the Dottinger Hurt.
Yeah.
Revolution Sim Race in purple back to the front of that particular battle.
Okay.
So those two swapping positions for third place, and they're now only 10 seconds behind John Roberts. So they are getting closer to second place in TCR. We could see a battle for second place in TCR. We've got the RSO car. Nils Lorenz has been around in your SP10 category.
I can say that P4 in the SP9 class has to do something with it just after Bergberg. You can see that P4 from Sim Racing Academy red. Mario Yudi just getting into the way, and then Lorenz just clipping the grass on the outside in on ice curva, and then just, you know, grass is lava in iRacing. In this case, grass was ice.
Well, you're not wrong with that one. That battle for third place in TCR still ongoing. I want to compare the gap between second and third place. Look at those lap times, Tom. That gap is coming down fast.
That is alarming as well. You know, you look at 3.4 second increase or decrease, sorry, and you're like, well, you know, maybe there was a mistake on that one. No, 6 seconds on the next lap, almost 6 on the following one as well. They are coming, and they're coming quickly is going to be the worrying thing for Roberts. He's currently got a 10-second gap. If he loses 5 seconds a lap, they're going to be there with, what, a lap to go at least.
Well, not only that's alarming, but they're gaining that time whilst battling away as well, Tom. You know, these two are fighting and swapping positions.
Yeah, and normally you'd expect that to hold them up. This is the sort of time where John M. Roberts should be looking to make hay. You know, the sun is shining. He's got to try and take advantage of this, but alas, he can't, and he's still getting closed in. And to be honest, it's going to be a case of defend for your life, I think. Near the end of this one, it will only be, what, about 1 lap, 1.5 laps, depending on where the leader is at that particular stage?
Yeah, so we are hearing, of course, that there is damage to that boosted car as well, so they will be feeling the effects of that. Core Sim Racing Onyx and Ava Vivatic, Bastian Salmon and Mike Paluch are out there right now battling away for third place in your SP10 category. These two have been stuck together for a while, haven't they, Lorenzo? As once again Lorenzo's talking with his microphone muted.
I am. Jesus Christ. Third time's the charm, people.
It's not like you've got a 6-hour stint to do in a 23-hour broadcast coming up, is it?
Yeah. I can't. Funny enough, I talked to Hugo. Hey, you want to be for the last 2 hours of Connery and Justin in, and then Hugo just said, "Nah, just rest your voice." I'll get ready for that eventually. It's gonna be a fun one. But yeah, both drivers have been closely contesting one another. I think that one other thing that favored Salmon in this aspect was traffic alone that kind of brought them closer. The SP9s just making overtakes in spots that for Palush weren't too much of a good overtaking spots, and that's what brought Salmon alone. But you can see Salmon making a little bit of pressure right now on the entry of the Nordschleife section.
As they head on through once again. No real opportunities to make any moves right here. So just got to be patient now. And that BMW, it's not as quick. We've been saying that all race, haven't we, Tom? That BMW just not quite as quick through the twisty stuff compared to the Porsche, but it does have the legs on the straights.
Yeah, if it didn't have the legs on the straights, it would be put simply awful. I mean, look at it, the way it bounces around, it looks really heavy to try and get it to turn in, unstable at the rear end. But the benefit is, sections like this, even the short straightaways, it just pulls away and the slipstream doesn't really matter. So, although maybe over the course of a lap your car not quite there, when it comes to actually having a scrap, when it comes to having a fight, you're always going to be favoured against the Porsches. If you're a fan of motorbike racing, it's Yamaha versus Ducati. The Yamaha is always quicker, but the Ducati just blitzes past it in the straight line and then holds it up in the corners.
Down, look at the air that Porsche gets up over the lip there. Of course, they've reprofiled that last winter, that part of the track, so it's a little bit safer now. So you don't quite get that jump into the fast left-hander. So those two are staying as they are at the moment as they head on downhill into the valley once again. Now, Glacier Racing, GreenHELL, let's just bring our attention to SP9 at the moment because they are only 1.8 seconds ahead of Revolution Sim Racing Blue. Now, Lorenzo, you did mention that they both owe us a pit stop. If you're Revolution Sim Racing Blue, do you take a little bit of a risk and maybe underfuel by a litre?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, that was easy.
Great, thanks for that insightful commentary right there.
You asked me a question, I'm giving you an answer. But jokes aside, the problem is for them, it won't make much of a difference, you know, going for these pit stops and then try to battle for what can possibly be P3. Here's the thing. Instead of a two-way battle, I can totally see this being a three-way battle for P3 because iLiveries is not far from them. It's still a pit stop anyway. So, all right, I made it will be a two-way car battle because I thought iLiveries Red was actually good on. Sorry, iLiveries Yellow was good on fuel, but he's on 6 laps. He has come down in the pit lane. So, both cars are actually gonna go hard for their final laps. But the thing is, who was the hardest at P3? Because from the looks of it, P2 will be on Sim Racing Academy Red so far.
Just a word from Race Control, by the way. Instant under review between cars 11 and 121. That's Sim Racing Academy Red, who are in 4th place at the moment, and Backmarker Racing Orange, who are in 7th place in your SP7 category for looking into whether there was a dive bomb and contact. So they'll be investigating that. We'll let you know of any results of what the outcome of that investigation is as we go on. Revolution Sim Racing have got a little bit of a gap between themselves and Full Send. They haven't actually been catching up that much time on this lap so far, so John Roberts has picked up the pace a little bit, and these two, the Full Send and the RSR team, have been doing not being able to progress forward quite as much as they'd want, but we've still got 15 minutes remaining here, Tom, so I wouldn't count this one out yet as done and dusted for second place in class.
No, not at all, particularly when everybody involved in this sort of virtual battle, if you will, they're not physically wheel to wheel, but they're definitely all competing against each other. Everybody here is going to be pushing 100%, which means that mistakes could creep in. So sure, this time around the gap hasn't come down to John, but if he just drifts out a little bit wide, has a moment, they're all together. You know, the same can be said about these guys currently running in P3 and 4, that's Stolzenberg and Garcia. If one of them makes a mistake, the other guys immediately got the place easy game. So is anything that could still happen, particularly when they're as on the limit as they currently are?
Well, anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does, that's for sure, as we're heading on towards the closing stages of the race. 14 minutes remaining of the opening round of the Winter GreenHELL Series, as here we go, down the Dottinger Hohe, as one of the SP7s goes past them as well. Give them a little bit of a slipstream for Full Send Racing, that'll help them just to complete that move of Revolution Sim Racing Purple. And Mikael Garcia back ahead of Konstantin Stolzenberg. So heading into Tiergarten once again. Laps and time running out for these drivers. Of course, it all depends on where your race leader is, your overall race leader, when you get towards the end of the race. And Lorenzo, you're owing.
Yeah, this is interesting. John Roberts' last lap was actually a Glacier's in, and I believe At first fire, first shot is John. Now it's all on Revolution Sim Racing Blue. They're in as well. So it's pretty much what I said. Under fuel, 1 second, and you're gonna have to rely on traffic a little bit and maybe some lifting coasting to try to get ahead and finish this race. You're gonna have about a lap and a half of this race left for you to do. But let me just say something about that battle for possibly P2 in the TCR class. I think this is the first time that John Roberts can breathe a little bit easy. He only lost a second on this lap. 8:55 now for John Roberts, who's steady.
So he's picked up the pace. That's good to see. Really good lap there from John. Glacier Racing though out ahead, and they're only just ahead of Sim Racing Academy Red, who do not owe us another pit stop now. So this is a battle for second place. So Glacier Racing have gone from being involved in a battle with the Revolution Sim Racing Blue car, which was trying to get closer. They actually had a longer pit stop, did that RSR Blue car. And so it's Glacier Racing now, straight into the battle now with Sim Racing Academy Red. And Mario Yuri, he's got the bit between his teeth because he's got the momentum up. He's got the, he's in the groove at the moment, and there's so much to be said about being in a rhythm with a track, isn't there, Tom? You've got to get in the rhythm with a track. In fact, actually, we're going to, just before we do that, there's been, I believe there's possibly been an incident with Core Sim Racing Onyx. So either that or they were really slow at the hairpin at turn 1. Let's find out.
Incident.
So onto the brakes. And bang! Wow! That's Ava Vivatic Bastion then with the mistake. And Team RSO, who have had a few issues, now up into 3rd place again.
Pick your battles.
The theme for this opening race is pick your battles. Well, Tom, 2nd place, that is a battle.
Yeah, and I think you have to pick it. I think you've got to fight this one. This is for P2 overall. Now, it is a long championship. There is some degree of, well, it's not worth crashing. I should just pick up points for P3. But when you're this close to it, you got 10 minutes left in the race. That's enough time to try and force an issue. You don't have to try something unnecessary, but you can try and force the issue, see if traffic comes your way, and just push to make sure you're there or thereabouts, because we do have easy slipstream moves available, assuming you can get yourself in the position to make them.
It's all about timing, isn't it, Lorenzo, around here? You don't want to be in front really close together onto the Dottigahoa on the final lap, do you?
No, you really don't want to be battling side to side or giving the draft to someone else on the Dottigahoa. You want at least a second on the Dottigahoa to have some glimmers of hope for you to get ahead of the guy on the very last lap. So I can totally understand Mario's different lines and aggressiveness. Talking about being aggressive on Mario Yuri. They just get out and now are forced because Kallenbach is gaining ground bit to bit.
I can tell you, by the way, that full send race in Mikel Garcia is now just 7.8 seconds behind John Roberts in the TCR categories. The battle for 2nd place is on there still. They've still got the chance. It's going to be tough for them to do it, but they could potentially get that one at the end. It will be on the last lap, I would imagine. And, well, time is counting down for this really to come to a head here as, the Sim Racing Academy red car just getting caught out by lap traffic here, Tom, and we mentioned it at the start of the broadcast, we mentioned it halfway through. Traffic is going to be a huge issue, and it's just shown it right there.
Huge, absolutely huge amount of time in that one. It was right on the tail. Now it's 1.8 seconds. Now, the Sim Racing Academy red car did look the quicker one. It was the one that was doing the hassling, but he's got to close up, and by the time he's done that, maybe the opportunity's gone this time around, and then you're looking at last opportunities every single place you get to. We've also got a fight for P number 7 in the SP7 As if you wanted to give me anything complicated to say. This one between Bosher Williams, who's trying to hold off Dan Drakia in the Zekuro Esports Cup.
As they head on through miss, hit, miss. Down into the braking. This is the trickiest corner to get your braking right for, right here. It's so easy to go deep into that left-hander. But both of them doing that well. As they head on out and up. Brake again. Turn in. Car wants to push wide through here. It's very tempting, the outside wall. Up the hill. Oh, up on the curb. That's just going to cost Dan Draker a little bit, maybe a tenth or two. And that's going to be crucial in his fight here as they head on through. So those two pretty close at the moment. And Lorenzo, thank you for pointing that out. The next lap will be the last one. So if you've got to move to make here, now is the time to do that.
Well,
yeah,
that's the question. Is it going to be the time, or do you wait for the last run towards the final section? You know, do you really want to lead coming onto that big straight on the final lap? It is a little bit of a cat and mouse game, isn't it?
If they go side to side, I know this much. If they give draft to one another in the Döringerhoa, that will come down all the way into Tiergarten, and they're probably gonna go into side to side braking at the very last corners into that very nifty chicane. As we're looking at the battle between, I think that's Ava Vervatic Dirk and also Gorson Billsport.
Yep, and look at how close these two are heading towards the Döringerhoa once again. So they're going to reach the Kleiner Carousel before they do that. Hit the brakes. Throw it into the carousel. Don't touch that curb on the inside because it does actually throw you out wide. It's so easy to do that and end up in the wall. It's a very silly mistake to do, and one that I have done multiple times. And through the right-hander. Carry the speed now down the Döringerhoa. And along we go. By the way, there's been a penalty given. Drive-through penalty for the car 11, which is your third placed car. Sim Racing Academy Red, as we see the move being made here down the Döringerhoa. The TCR car doesn't know where to go. Hold your line. Oh, as they split the TCR, do both of them down into Tiergarten. This is still going on. Ava Vervatic just in front of Gorson Billsport as they head into Tiergarten for the penultimate time. But yeah, car 11, a drive-through penalty for them for blocking, for dive bombs, sorry, for contact. So that is a big error for them because they are, or were, fighting for second place. And I would imagine here, Lorenzo, that they'll want to get this served now, but they'll definitely lose third place because Revolution Sim Racing Blue are only 2.5 seconds behind them.
Yeah, they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose third place surely once they come down in the pit lane, as he just goes into the final section here on Tiergarten. Looking on the right-hand side, going to the auxiliary entry of the pits, and there he goes into the pit lane, Mariuti, and he's gonna lose about I'm gonna say 15 seconds roughly into this pit entry runoff. So he's gonna be shunned all the way down into fourth place. It's gonna take a miracle for him to actually get back into that P2 spot battle that is going to go in a few moments, but it's a heartbreaker nevertheless.
Lyndon Swarbit, Kinetic Racing Speed, will get to the battles. Oh dear, what on earth happened there?
Was he taking a sip of a drink he's got on his desk or something? That just looks like a complete lapse of concentration.
Well, we'll go on board, watch the steering wheel. It's just drifting.
I don't think he's looking where he's going, you know.
And
There's
then
no
bang!
correction there, yeah. He's holding the wheel straight. It's not turned. I think he's just not actually looked where he's going. It's a case of getting distracted.
Yeah, that is a case of, you know, your monitor just fading away whenever you shouldn't fade away. I've got that before, but I think that is also hardware failure, to be very honest.
Well, let's have a look at this then. So we've got a few
Whoa.
battles out on track. 5.6 seconds covering second and third place in TCR. But these two, third and fourth, are battling still. And I think that's going to go to the end. John Roberts was only 3 seconds slower on that last lap than third place. So at the moment he's secure. He just doesn't need to make any mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, livery is nearly ending up in an error at turn number 1 into the back of one of your GT4 cars. That's the PND second placed car. So we're on to the final lap here, and this is where things are going to come to a head right now. But right now it's the TCRs that's the closest battle actually physically on track.
Yeah, and also I saw the back marker racing orange. He was in battle with Zekiro Esports, and on turn number 1, Sebastian Boscher-Williams just had to slam on the brakes on the outside and get a major runoff into the wide area of Yokohama S to avoid any crash on the car driven by Dan Dressea. So some emotions being played out on turn number 1 on the final lap.
Well, still pretty close between these two as they're heading on. No moves been made at the moment, and I think Revolution Sim Racing Purple here are just going to stick behind for the time being here, Tom, because they know that really their best opportunity is down the Dottinger Hoa.
Exactly. These cars, we've seen how many times the slipstream move has been made, even just between these two drivers. So it's a case of just stay there. You got a little bit unfortunate with traffic, but then what traffic giveth, it taketh away, and immediately you're back on the tail. And it's all about the slipstream for the podium. But you know that Garcia is going to put up a harder fight than he has at any other stage during the race.
Certainly is. Full Send will be determined to keep a hold of that podium position. They're not really gaining on John Roberts at the moment in second place. So Boosted Motorsport doing a good job. He's just seen him there going through picture. He's not that far ahead of them. So you never know as these two battling away. No moves are going to be made through here at the moment. Your race leader is heading in towards the carousel for the final time. So he's got about half a lap remaining here in this race. And Adrenaline, he's Motorsport. I mean, Lorenzo, we've not really talked about them that much. They took that early pit stop with the shorter stop early on. And it really has seemed to pay off for them, that strategy.
Absolutely, just opening up over a minute of a gap, 1 minute and 8 seconds over Glacier Racing, GreenHELL, and also Revolution Sim Racing. So Fabio Bastucci just having a really great drive on this last one. Had a little bit of a scary moment in the turn right before the carousel, clipping the grass right on the exit, but all the lines are being done nice and neatly by the number 20 driver. Just setting themselves up for the first win here on the winner GreenHELL. Great performance out of the number 20 team.
The triple one, by the way, here, Tom. They've had an eventful race so far. They had the instant early on where they got damage. Or actually, we'll come to that in a second because there's been contact or something's happened to Coma Motorsports with the 121. That's the 8th placed SP7 car. So drama happening even on the final lap. We'll get a look at that, but we'll say about the SP7 leader though, Tom. Sim Racing Academy Black had their issues. Oh dear, yeah. There's very little that the 33 could do about that one, really.
Yeah, I think other than parking it, there was no way of avoiding that.
But anyway, yeah, Tom, the triple one. They've got one more lap to do here. So they'll have to do another lap. It's been a great performance from them to be able to get this position, considering the damage that they've got.
Yeah, spot on. They have done a recovery drive from the start. They've then been involved in further incidents throughout the race, and then come the end of it, they've somehow managed to build up a 21-second lead for the second place car in class, the slow and confused team. you got to say that it has been a masterful drive, albeit it's sometimes a flawed
Well,
one.
there is a battle for P2 in SP10, but we'll have to draw our attention to the leader because he is on the Dottinger Hohe, down underneath the Bilstein Bridge for the final time. And Fabio Bashush has done a fantastic job for Adrenaline E-Motorsport through Tiergarten for the final time. And he'll see the checkered flag here, and he will take the win here in the opening round of the Winter GreenHELL Championship. Adrenaline E-Motorsport, the winners, as they cross the line. Sensational drive from them. Simspot, they're still partway round the Nordschleife, so they are not going to be reaching there yet. Your leader of your TCR is heading on to the Dottinger Hohe right now. Great drive from them in the T3 Esports Delta. They were battling with the Boosted Motorsports VLN car earlier on, and they were doing they were really pushing to do a really good job here. Bided their time, waited for a mistake to happen from Boosted Motorsports, and that's exactly what happened for them. So Oliver Ackerman, a machine around this track. Car almost intact. In fact, I'd say that is intact here. Through Tiergarten. Final time. Comes out the final corner, and he's going to take the win in your TCR category. Across the line. Great result for T3 Esports Delta.
And now the SP10 leaders on the Dottinger Hohe, as we barely saw and or talked about Simsa Esports GT4 here, Paul, but they're just going under the Bilstein Bridge over, gonna overlap now the full send PCR. What a race up from Simsa on the GT4 car, right?
Absolutely sensational. Brilliant stuff from them. See them, they've actually gone past the full set, one of the full send cars in your TCR, and that's your third place car. So full send have been able to pull out a gap over fourth place Revolution Sim Racing Purple, but it's not about them right now. It's about Simsa Esports, your winner in your SP10 category. Across the line they come now. What a performance, what a dominating performance from them to take the win. By the way, second place is not confirmed yet. Team RSO into that second place right now. PND Racing, though, they've got the slipstream here. They've been slower on the last few laps of PND. Maybe saving a little bit of fuel, maybe short-filled. They're going to try and use that TCR car to potentially box in Team RSO. We know that the BMW is a little bit faster top speed. That Torque Freak Racing TCR, oh, it's going to get in the way of PND and Team RSO. Right now, Nils Lorenz is going to be praising that TCR for getting in their way right there. Through Tiergarten for the final time. The BMW can't do it. And they're going to come across the line, almost neck and neck. Across the line there, there's literally tenths of a second between the two of them as they go across the line there. Great stuff from Team RSO, who at one point looked like they were going to finish 5th place. We have got your Sim Racing Academy Black car. Well, they're not even at the carousel yet. That's how far they've got to go here. But a word from yourself, Tom. Great drive from the TCR winners in the end there. Oliver Ackerman drove it all on his own. Did a sensational job.
Exactly. He ran all of the time in that car. Eventually, he was just waiting for one of the drivers he was racing against to make a mistake, like you said. It came, and then he never made one. It was absolutely pitch perfect from him. He had every single apex that he needed to hit. He was able to maintain a consistent lap time, and when everyone else was floundering, he just opened up a gap and then kept it that way.
Well, Lorenzo, let's Let's just give some thoughts on the race. We still have to wait for everybody to cross the line before we could give you the results here. But I mean, for an opening race of the championship, that was a fantastic event.
That was a fantastic event. Battles all around the field. Strategies also being played out. Some the fast repair, I think, being a good addition. Go ahead, Paul. I think you saw something.
Well, interesting thing that there was a penalty adjudicated for the 220, the Ava Vivatic car, for that instant into turn 1, a 5-second stop and hold. It won't affect them in the big scheme of things, because they did finish about a minute ahead of Top Freak Racing.
Yeah, it won't change one bit whatsoever. But it has been a very fantastic race. So this first round of the Winter GreenHELL battles all throughout the field, this 4-hour format. I think one thing that helped I'm gonna use an F1 term I've seen this weekend. The jeopardy of this race has been the fast repair. You know, some teams using the fast repair in the late stages of the race, helping them one bit. For example, in the slow and confused car, using that fast repair, but also some of the strategies, you know, also fuel strategies being played out. But great racing thus far. 46 cars running up until the end of the 4 hours. I can't wait to see what the other rounds will bring.
Well, whilst we're watching your leading car in the SP7s, you mentioned about this being a 4-hour race. The next race, which we'll bring up, we didn't actually get the chance to show this at the start of the broadcast. The next race is on December the 19th. It's another 4-hour race. We'll then have just a break over Christmas and New Year before we then got January the 9th for another 4-hour race. And then the final round of the championship, and that's where it gets a little bit interesting. 6 hours to finish off here, Tom. So those drivers have really got to push on and work well with the teammates and get the cars working for a 6-hour race at the end of the season.
Yeah, but on the plus side, they'll have 12 hours worth of race experience by the time they get there. So I'm sure they'll have plenty of data, plenty of prep time, and they'll have figured out how to get on with their teammates by the time we get there. I'm looking forward to it.
But you look at like Oliver Ackerman, who won the TCR category. He did that all on his own, so no teammates helping him out with that one. That could turn out to be maybe not the best approach to this one.
Yeah, hopefully he's in a nice time zone for when the races are happening. Doing 6 hours in the middle of the night wouldn't be particularly pleasant, but I'm sure he's thought it all out, or that he's got somebody lined up to hop in the car with him for the last one maybe. Either way, you wouldn't join this series without having thought about what to do in that monster 6-hour race, because it could be crucial in terms of the championship.
It certainly can. It's either that or he's got a very strong bladder, that's for sure. As they head on through, then the 111 will give them the same as what we gave the other class winners. Sim Racing Academy Black across the line to take victory in your SP7 category. Great drive from them, considering that they got involved in a couple of incidents in this race. Had to make some recovery drives and done a sensational job there to finish it off. Get a few donuts in while you're at it as well, because we are waiting just the final few cars. I'm not rating those donuts, actually, to be honest. You can do a better job there. Get it all the way around. Come on, you can do it. No, he's not managing it there, Lorenzo.
No, he's not. I think he needs that. Yeah, he needs the NASCAR people coming into this race and teaching them how to do proper donuts.
Well,
they know how to do donuts.
I can do donuts in a TCR car at turn 1 of the Nürburgring. So if I can do that in a front-wheel drive car, then surely you can do it in a rear-wheel drive Porsche.
Paul, I can do that too, but I do them unintentionally whenever I spin out of the car on turn number 1.
Well, this is the final car. This is the car that we're waiting for before we could give you the official results here in this race. So heading on through, it is Zenith Esports. Comes across the line, and that is your final car across the grid. So let's start the music and give you your race results, starting with SP9, and it is your overall race winner, Adrenaline E-Motorsport, winning that one by 1 minute 10 ahead of Glacier Racing GreenHELL. They only just beat Revolution Sim Racing Blue into second place because it was 2 seconds between the two of them. Sim Racing Academy Red then in 4th place after their drive-through penalty. Adrenaline E-Motorsport 5th place ahead of Coma Motorsport in 6th. iLivery's VIB Esports Yellow 7th ahead of Full Send Racing, who had a speeding penalty in the pit lane early in the race. Simsa Esports, the 53, well, it was involved in all sorts in that one, finishes in 9th with iLivery's VIB Esports Red in 10th place. The two NJB Performance red and green cars had an absolute nightmare out there. 11th and 12th, both with significant damage. Swiss-German Sim Racing involved in an accident underneath the Bilstein Bridge. They ended up out the race. FISO Endurance as well as T3 Sports Alpha did not finish the race there either. SP7 is Sim Racing Academy Black then, who win that one by 36.8 seconds and do actually finish on the lead lap of the race as well as second and third. Slow and Confused, well, they were anything but that today. They finished second ahead of Zenith Esports in 3rd place. Raceline Sim Sport, good drive from them into 4th ahead of Ava Vatic 5th. Goranson Bill Sports 6th place ahead of Zekarul Esports, who had a number of dramas with their brake issues. They finished off in 7th place. Backmarker Racing Orange 8th ahead of Birthday Cake Racing 9th. ProDrive Esport VLM Team Grello rounding out your top 10. The WERC Verks WS Racing Esports Purple without Team and Ava Vivatic Yuri all finishing down the order. SP10, some great racing in this category, but it was dominated by one team, Simsa Esports, who led that one and, well, just drove away from the rest of the field. And 56.9 seconds in the end, they won that one. Team RSO second ahead of P&D Racing, but that was pretty close to the end. We saw the move down the Dottinger Hoa, and as I said, just a 1/10.5 between them across the line after 4 hours of racing. Core Sim Racing Onyx, they looked promising for a podium early on, but they dropped down to 4th, just ahead of Ava Vivatic Bastion. Talk Freak Racing, again, another close finish between them and T3 Esports Gamma. ProDrive Esports VLN Team Red ahead of Kinetic Racing Velocity. German Sim Racing Magenta then rounding out your top 10 with the red team, their compatriots in 11th. Elmo Racing 12th ahead of Kinetic Racing Speed in 13th after their dramas down the Dottinger Hoa right at the end of the race. Fisher Motorsport, Porsche Junior and Fiercely Forward GT team did not finish the race. And then finally, last but by no means least, the TCRs. It was T3 Esports who won that one in the end by 50.3 seconds. Boosted Motorsport VLN, they almost ended up in a battle for 3rd place, but were able to hang on with John Roberts at the end. 50 seconds behind your race leader. Full Send Racing 3rd, good finish for them to get in 3rd place with Revolution Sim Racing Purple 4th. Full Send Racing, the 385 car in 5th ahead of Talk Freak Racing, Avon Rising in 6th. Marshmallow in 7th ahead of the XBD Racing Motorsports car in 8th. Fiercely Forward VLN in 9th. Podium Hunters Black round out the top 10 of TCR. Densu Sim Racing Black, I've lost it at the end there, in 11th place. They had a significantly damaged car at the end there, ahead of Revolution Sim Racing Red in 12th place. Artifact Slow Pony and Laps Racing Team did not finish the race. That is the end of the race, but right now, Lorenzo, let's go into interviews, and Lorenzo's there with our race winners from the Adrenaline E Motorsport team.
So I have Fabio Besuch over here from the Adrenaline E Motorsport number 20 car. First and foremost, Fabio,
Hello.
congratulations, you and your. Just out of curiosity, let me just ask this first and foremost so I can get this out of the way. Who's the father? Who's the son?
I'm the son.
All
And
right, you're the son,
Yes.
and Michael's the father. Okay, first and foremost, well, congratulations to both of you for this
Thanks.
win. I'm gonna say a hard fought win because you guys were fighting, and there was a few parts of the race, especially in the first half. You guys were fighting with two other cars.
Yeah.
For the win of this race, and then all by strategies alone, you guys started to get a little bit of an edge on the other cars. And at what point of the race you guys thought that we're safe, we got this?
Yeah. At the third stint, I would say, so the third hour, I would say that we are safe to win this race.
Right, and just going also talking about the stint itself, pretty good stint thus far. You guys have been very consistent. I know driving
Yeah.
on the SP9, especially with traffic, can get a little bit tricky. But how would you judge today's um, traffic in comparison to other events that you guys normally race around the Nordschleife?
I don't know really. It was not very hard for us, but I saw that some guys had some problems. So I think especially second one and the third one, they had, I think, not the best traffic what they had on the race. But ours was, I think, the best so far. We had a good car. The car was stable in at each corner, and you can really, yeah, you had a really good respect for the car.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion for this car.
Yeah, because I'm gonna ask, how much of a handle is the Z4 in comparison to the Audi? I've been talking about the Audi being more lively on the curbs.
Yeah.
You cannot take them as aggressively, probably as the Z4 or the Mercedes would. But how do you tackle a car that I think, as of now, probably is the staple car in the GT3 class now, in the current state of iRacing?
Yeah, you're right. The BMW is very, very good in the corners. But not the fastest one. It's a bit, if you
Mhm.
have more wing angle, that means you're a bit slower. I had this on yesterday's race. We had some other league racing, and I was on a draft in Töttinger Höhe, and I can't reach them. So yeah, you need. I say it's better for Nordschleife when you put one wing angle more,
Mhm.
or and because you are safer because you have so many corners that you yeah, better that you did not hit the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. A fair game. And before I give you the microphone to give the shout outs and thanks to whoever was watching, one final question is how much of now of preparation you guys will put into the next race? Because it is, you guys basically face a cold track. You guys are driving in the winter singing in the Nordschleife. So you guys expect any of the rounds or maybe next round to have a little bit of more of a hotter track? How much do you think adjustments on the car you guys will have to do for the next race?
Nothing. We will be the same setup. We will do have the same setup. I mean, next week we have a 24-hour race here on Nordschleife, and
Mhm.
um, yeah, for the next race, so the next round, we will put. I think we have every day a training for Nordschleife.
Fair game. All right, you guys basically putting more laps than I probably will ever
Yes.
put in my whole life. Uh, Fabio,
Yes.
I'll leave the over here the channel up to you. The microphone is yours. You can give your shout outs and thanks to those watching or giving help.
Yeah. First of all, all the viewers, they are the heroes for this race today. And a big shout out to my dad, um, that he has a good idea for a strategy. And yeah, all to my friends, hallo, willkommen. And yeah,
All right, Fabio. Again, congratulations for you and your pops, and can't wait to see what you guys do in the next few rounds. And That's it pretty much, Fabio. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, that was Fabio Bisuch from Adrenaline E-Motorsports number 20, Paul.
Certainly was, and we go from one race winner to another. Tom, take it away with Lars.
Yeah, joined by Lars Baumler. He was part of the fantastic 247 SimCity Esports GT4. I mean, what happened? You just kind of drove away. Were you expecting to be that much quicker than the rest of the field?
I I think I had a good setup, and my pace was good enough, and with the good start, I can't reach a gap, and then I can't can the gap higher and higher, and yeah, that's the reason for the win, I think.
Yeah, you mentioned that gap. One thing we saw a lot throughout the course of the race was slipstream overtakes, particularly BMWs making slipstream overtakes on the Porsches. Do you think if one of the Beamers had gone with you, then it would have been harder to break away just due to the straight line performance of that particular car?
Yeah, the Beamer is definitely faster on the straight, but in the corners the Porsche is faster, and to overtake him on the straights is really difficult.
Yeah, yeah, that certainly matches up with what we saw. The other thing I want to ask you about is you were in SP10. You know, it's very much one of the middle of the classes. You're quicker than the TCRs, but you're slower than the rest of the field. How do you cope with having both quicker and slower traffic as such? You know, sometimes you got to get out of the way, sometimes you got to find a way through. Is that challenging from a mental mindset, or is it just normal?
Well, for me as normal, yeah, I see when it comes a faster car from behind, and then I let him pass. I short from the throttle and let him pass. And for the TCR to overtake, it's many times it's a little bit difficult because you don't brake or lift, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, I can imagine when the TCRs
Yeah.
don't brake or lift, it can be
uh,
can get
yes.
tricky.
And sometimes he drives from left and right and left and right.
Yeah, I can see how that would get frustrating, to say the least. In terms of the rest of the championship, is it one that you're feeling good about for the overall lead, or is it all still to play for?
Yeah, I think it's good, and I think RSO is attacking in the next 3 races, and they will be, of course, the best or the hardest opportunities.
Yep. All that's left to do is to kind of give you the mic, let you take the stage, and say thank you to anybody that you want to give thanks to, or shout outs, or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I will give a thank you to all the viewers, and especially for my teammate, the Peter Claveter. He was spotting me all the time, and that's really nice. I thank you a lot for this.
Fantastic. Well, thank you from us to you for putting on such a fantastic performance. We hope to see you at round number 2, but until then, have a good one.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
So there we go then. 2 of your race winners in this race. Just very brief for them before we head on out. Lorenzo, final thoughts on this event. What an opening round of the championship.
Very good opening round for this championship. I can't wait to see what the next rounds will bring here on the German track. Of course, that 6 hour on the final round will certainly bring something new into this championship fray, to see how long they can take 2 hours, and maybe the night drive. If it starts just like this, there is a good possibility they go into the night. Can't wait to see what all these cars will tackle the Nordschleife track and possibility of night.
And well, Tom, looking at this opening round, we saw some tremendous battles out there, some incidents as we expect around the Nordschleife, but you must be impressed with how the majority of the field got on out there.
Yeah, it was the respect they showed between each other. Sure, there was a little bit of contact here or there, but it was generally unintentional. It didn't come from purposeful squeezing, shall we say. We had, I think that was a TCR fight where they were alongside each other for 10, 11 corners, and if we get that for the rest of the season, we're in for a treat.
We certainly are. Well, before we head on out, just a couple of quick thank yous from the Nürburgring. For Istvan Ballo, TrackCams22.com for providing our track cameras here today. Thank you to Lorenzo Bonda and Tom Davies for joining myself, Paul Smith, on commentary. I've also been in charge of the cameras. Congratulations to the winners of the opening round of the Winter GreenHELL series. Make sure you join us in December for round number 2. Until then, it's goodbye.